first baseman for UW-Stout, as this one's lined to left. And Matt Corman is right there for UW-Whitewater to record the final out of the inning. So the Warhawks, or I should say Weston Muir, pitches around the 2-out single from Jenkins and gets the Warhawks into the dugout for their first at bat of the game. So UW-Stout 0 and the Warhawks coming to bat in the bottom of the first. Bottom of the first, no score here at Miller Stadium. Zach Campbell will lead things off for UW-Whitewater. He swings at the first pitch and grounds it over to second base. Making the play and the throw over is Colin Hageman for out number 1. So 1 pitch and 1 out for Jace Bauman, a senior from Mosinee, Wisconsin. And he'll face Sam Baumhoff, batting .365 so far this year for the first year Warhawk player, as he takes a ball outside. 4 doubles, 4 triples for Sam. That leads the team. Also 15 RBIs and 6 stolen bases for Baumhoff, the sophomore from DeForest, as he swings and misses at strike 1. Very nice day here at Miller Stadium as the Warhawks try and continue their winning ways in conference play. This one's low and in the dirt for ball 2. Splitting the 4-game conference set last week with UW-Stevens Point, and then the non-conference games Saturday, the Warhawks winning both of those handily over the Pointers, as this one's taken outside for a ball. Started a little bit early today here at Miller Stadium. A quick first inning for Weston Muir despite the 2-out single, as this one is on the outside corner for strike 2. So Baumhoff and Bauman in a battle here, running with a full count. With 1 out here in the bottom of the first. And this one's off the outside corner. So Baumhoff draws a walk with the full count and is the base runner for Tucker Criswell. Tucker, a graduate transfer for the Warhawks. Senior here from Tallahassee, Florida, Lawton Chiles High School graduate, and coming to UW-Whitewater from Methodist University, where he was all-conference and all-region. Playing third base for the Warhawks, takes a first pitch strike from Bauman. Warhawks looking to maintain, and this one's thrown over to first. Baumhoff is back with a head-first slide. Looking to maintain their first place standing. As this one's grounded to short, could be two. Throw over to second for one. The relay is scooped up nicely by the first baseman Bass for out number 3. So Tucker bounces into a 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. That was Zakowny to Hageman to Casey Bass at first base. So the Warhawks retired in order despite the one-out walk from Sam Baumhoff. We head to the second, and there's no score here at Miller Stadium. Top of the second, and the Warhawks and Blue Devils tied at 0 apiece, I should say. That'll bring up the second baseman, Colin Hageman, against Weston Muir in his second inning. This one's hit out to right, and it'll be an easy play for Jacob DeMeyer for the first out of inning number 2. For the Warhawks, left to right on the infield, it's Criswell at third, Nick Santoro at short, Baumhoff at second, and Connor Moroder getting the start at first base today. Left to right in the outfield, it's Matt Corman, Zach Campbell, and Jacob DeMeyer. Boshak swings at the first pitch, and he hits one out to right center, and it's caught on a diving play by Zach Campbell for the second out of the inning. Campbell ranging to his left side, so opposite his glove hand, and making a nice diving catch with the ball and keeping the ball in front of him as well, just in case he missed and the ball would trickle away. So 2 up, 2 down quickly for Muir, as this one's taken for a first pitch strike by Justin Schnell. These Blue Devil hitters aggressive early in the count, as Muir has only thrown 11 pitches with 2 outs here in the top of the second. Another strike is in there on the outside corner, and it's quickly 0-2 on Schnell, the catcher for the Blue Devils. Muir delivers high on a fastball, and it's ball 1. Schnell making his 6th start of the year, 2 for 18 at the plate coming into play today, as this one swung on and missed for strike 3. So Weston Muir with a fantastic start here today, just giving up the 2-out single so far in the first inning. He gets them 1, 2, 3 in the second, and we head to the bottom half with the score tied at 0-0. We are back here at Miller Stadium. It's the bottom of the second inning. No score. Jacob DeMeyer, the Warhawks cleanup hitter and right fielder, is on to bat against Jace Ballman in his second inning of work, and he delivers a first pitch strike. DeMeyer, a breakout star for the Warhawks here in 2021. In his second year with the program, but freshman in eligibility, .413 batting average entering play as he takes a ball low and away. 6 doubles, 3 home runs, 22 RBIs, 14 walks. That's second on the team. That puts his on-base percentage just over 500. And if you're head coach John Bodenlich, that's just what you want to see out of a young player, is somebody who gets on base a lot. As he chops one foul toward the Stout dugout, and it's 1-2. Ballman on the year is 0-3, 13 1/3 innings pitched with 9 strikeouts, a 7.43 ERA, and that one swung on and missed by DeMeyer for strike 3. So Ballman's first strikeout of the game, and that'll bring up Nick Santoro for UW-Whitewater, senior shortstop. 379 batter, 33 runs, that leads the team, 7 doubles, 2 triples, 2 homers, 20 RBIs, and also a team-high 12 stolen bases. And Santoros takes a ball down low. Nick, a native of Naperville, Illinois, making his way up to UW-Whitewater, and he's had a great career with the Warhawks as he takes a slow curve strike. Was an all-conference and all-region player back in 2019. A big part of this Warhawk lineup, a big reason the team was able to sweep the WIC regular season and tournaments as he mashes one foul down the third baseline, and it's 1-2. Very smooth in the field as well. Makes a number of strong defensive plays. Been fun to watch. This one is low and away for ball 2. Warhawks softball team also in action today. They're taking on UW-Oshkosh. Those games not counting toward the conference standings. So this year playing a number of games against conference opponents, as this one's hit to short, and the throwover is made by Zakouni for out number 2. Both teams, both baseball and softball teams, playing a number of games against conference opponents that count as non-conference games, so not counting in the league standings. And here's Marauder, and Stout is going to employ a shift. You don't see this a lot, but Zakouni, the shortstop, playing to the right side of the bag at second base for Marauder. And this one's chopped right into the shift. That's over to second base, and it's bobbled, and Marauder's going to reach on an error by the second baseman, Colin Hageman. So Stout played it perfectly with the shift, and Marauder hit right into it, but a kind of an awkward, chopping ball that maybe had a little bit of spin on it, and Hageman had a little trouble getting it out of his glove, and just enough so to allow Connor Marauder to reach, who was hustling down to first base. So that brings up Corman with 2 away, as he slaps one foul over the Warhawks dugout and out of play. Corman with a team-high 34 RBIs, a robust number for Matt. Was a starter as a freshman back in 2019 and showing the way now as a veteran on the club, as this one's taken low for ball 1. Marauder over at first base He is 0 for 1 in stolen bases so far this year, so wouldn't expect Connor to be on the move here. As this one's low, Corman had a big jump, and they've got him hung up between first and second base. And Corman, is he going to make it over to second on the pickoff attempt? So credit Moroder with a stolen base, ball 2. So 2-1 now to Corman, with now Moroder in scoring position after the error. This one slapped into right, and that's going to be over the head of the right fielder, Hunter Merrill, and Moroder is going to come around to score easily on the 2-out double by Matt Corman, who's imploring his dugout to bring a little fire here. Corman, RBI number 35. That leads the team and is among the league leaders as well. So the unearned run for the Blue Devils gives the Warhawks a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the second. So Taylor White coming to the plate. Taylor's been hot at the plate recently as he takes a ball outside. Taylor with 4 home runs, that leads the team coming into play today. Getting the start at designated hitter today in the 8-hole. And Corman out at second base with 2 outs, so another RBI opportunity as he takes down low for a ball, and it's 2-0. White with 13 RBIs, a .364 batting average, making his 13th start of the year. He's fought through some injuries here in 2021. This one's low again, and a good dig, good block there by the catcher, Justin Schnell, and it's 3-0. You have to figure they'd be careful with Taylor White here with the base open. Over at first, as this one's on the outside corner for strike 1. So Moroder reached on the air and was hung up and basically picked off, but made it over to second base. As this one swung on and missed by Taylor White for strike 2. And it's 3-2 now with Corman over at second. White looking to drive home another run here for the Warhawks. This one slapped foul over the bullpen and out of play. So we'll run it back again at full 3-2. The Warhawks with 1 on the board already here in the bottom of the second, hoping to make it a couple. And White takes low and inside for ball 4. So good at bat by Taylor White. And with 2 on and 2 outs, that brings up Ryan Norton, the catcher for the Warhawks. Norton, a junior from Fond du Lac, getting the starting nod at catcher this year, batting .324 so far, 14 runs, 6 doubles, 3 homers, and 10 RBIs. Also 4 stolen bases for the Warhawks backstop. So 2 on and 2 out. Warhawks with a 1-0 lead as Norton takes ball 1. Next pitch is hit out to right center and gonna drop just in front of the right fielder Merrill. And Corman comes around to score. White's gonna try and score from first, and he does. A 2-run single by Ryan Norton, and the Warhawks lead 3-0. So all these runs unearned after Moroder reached on the air with 2 outs earlier in the frame, and now a meeting between a member of the UW-Stout coaching staff and the catcher and the pitcher, Jace Bauman. Warhawks back to the top of the order now with Zach Campbell, who swung at the first pitch and grounded out to second base back in the bottom of the first. Still a runner in scoring position for the Warhawks as Norton advanced on the throw home, I should say, as this one's low and in the dirt, and another good block by Schnell behind the plate. Three nothing Warhawks, bottom of the second inning. This one's outside for ball 2. Next pitch hit out to left, and that's foul into the batting cage area down the right field line, left field line, I should say. And it's 2-1 to Campbell, who entered the game batting .309, 6 doubles, a triple, and 2 home runs. Also 18 RBIs and 8 stolen bases for the left-handed hitting center fielder out of Burlington. This one slapped into left, sinking, and that's going to drop for another base hit. Here comes Norton, and the throw is cut off. And Zach Campbell comes through with an RBI single with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second, and the Warhawks now lead 4-0. And another unearned run for Jace Bauman, who had the Blue Devils out of the inning after Moroder hit directly into that shift that Stout put on. And the ball bobbled over at second base and gave the Warhawks new life, and they've got 4 runs because of it, as this one's driven down the left field line and foul and out of play by Sam Vomhoff, who walked and was part of that 6-4-3 double play that ended the bottom of the first. 4 runs in for the Warhawks on 3 hits. Next pitch is low, and the runner going and is safe out at second base. Campbell's 9th steal of the year. So another stolen base for the Warhawks puts another runner in scoring position. Just the start that the Warhawks wanted. Not in the bottom of the first, but in the bottom of the second. This one's fouled back into the netting, and it'll be 1-2 on Sam Vomhoff. Wind is not blowing hard here at Miller Stadium. Maybe a little bit left to right, but very calm today, and that could change quickly, as many know who have been out here. As this one's hit up the middle for a base hit, and Vomhoff is going to have an RBI single, another 2-out hit for the Warhawks, and it's 5-0 in the bottom of the second. That one nearly knocked down by Bauman, but just got under his glove. And the Warhawks have another unearned run and a 5-0 lead. And that one's a ball to Tucker Criswell, who rolled over into that double play back in the first. Throw over to first, and Baumhoff is back safely. Another throw over by Ballman, and they nearly got Sam Baumhoff leading away from first base. Baumhoff does have 6 steals on the year. This one's hit foul by Criswell. Baumhoff was going on the play, so he'll have to head back to first base, and we'll do it again at 1-1. Another throw over, and Baumhoff is back. And that one's in there for strike 2. So 1-2 to Criswell, the grad transfer. Looking to extend this second inning. 5 runs already in for the Warhawks. And there goes Baumhoff. The pitch is outside. The throw down to second is a little high. And Sam Baumhoff's going to have his 7th stolen base of the year. So the Warhawks doing it in all different ways. 3 stolen bases in this second inning. 4 hits. Took advantage of a UW-Stout error that allowed the inning to continue. This one, hanging curve, hit out to left center, and that's going to drop in for extra bases. Baumhoff scores easily. Criswell thinking about 3, but slows up at second, and he's got a 2-out RBI double to give the Warhawks a 6-0 lead. Again, too bad for UW-Stout. Jace Bauman again had the 3rd out of the inning. A chopped ground ball over to second base. And the Blue Devils unable to make the play and extended the inning, as this one's hit foul back into the netting by Jacob DeMeyer. Blue Devils coming into play today at 8-8 in the conference, tied for 4th place. Kind of a log jam in the middle of the league, as this one skied into shallow left center, and the shortstop going out and making the play. That's Zakowny, and Bauman finally out of the inning. 6 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, and 1 left on base for the Warhawks. We head to the 3rd with UW-Whitewater leading 6-0. back for the top of the third. The Warhawks with a 6-0 lead. And Joel Thimpson, the third baseman, is the first batter, and he takes a first pitch ball from Weston Muir. Thimpson, a .234 hitter, hits this one out to right. Going back is DeMeyer, and he makes a running catch just a couple of steps in front of the fence. Good defensive play from DeMeyer. The wind is picking up a little bit and maybe push that ball out to the warning track. DeMeyer already with a SportsCenter top 10 play this season. That one not quite that caliber, but a good play nonetheless. As this one's hit out to center, Campbell stumbles, and that one's going to fall in for a base hit in right center for Jack Sherpke, the right fielder. Campbell may have had a beat on that fly ball, kind of a line drive fly ball, somewhere in that area, and stumbled just a little bit, and that was just enough to allow the ball to fall in. And with one out, we're back to the top of the order, and Charlie Zacconi. Zacconi takes a ball high on a curveball from Muir. Zacconi, a junior from Palos Heights, Illinois, graduate of Allen B. Shepherd High School. Takes a strike from Muir. .372 batter, 8 doubles. That is tied for the team lead. Also 4 homers. Stout has hit 27 homers this year. So some power in the lineup here, as this one's hit foul by Zacconi for strike number 2. Zacconi today is 0 for 1. He struck out to start the contest back in the top of the first. The runner over at first is Sherpke after his 5th hit of the year. Does not have a stolen base. And this one's lined up the middle and past Nick Santoro and into center for a base hit. Santoro was playing at double play depth and nearly tracked that one down, but it was just over the top of his glove. And the Blue Devils in business here with 2 on and 1 out. And the top of the order at the plate, this is the number 2 hitter, Hunter Merrill, right fielder, 0 for 1 today. Merrill, .316 batter entering play, and tied for the team lead with 27 RBIs. Merrill takes strike 1, is a senior out of Ripon. Blue Devils, one of 3 teams tied for 4th place in the league standings entering play today with an 8-8 record. UW-La Crosse among those teams, as well as UW-Platteville, which has won 6 in a row. Ground ball, double play ball to Santoro to second for 1. Relay is scooped out by Connor Moroder over at first base on a beautiful backhand. So Santoro to Vomhoff and over to Connor Moroder on the beautiful scoop for the 6-4-3 double play. We head to the bottom of the third, and the Warhawks lead 6-0. Back here at Miller Stadium, it is the bottom of the third, and the Warhawks lead UW-Stout 6-0. Nick Santoro, the batter for UW-Whitewater, and he squares to bunt and pulls back in time to take ball one. I think Nick was just trying to catch the corner infielders off guard there. See if he could lay one down and beat it out for a hit. This one swung on and hit out to left center and very deep and way back and bounces off the wall, and Santoro's at second with a stand-up double and was thought about third base, but the Blue Devils getting the ball back in the infield very quickly. So Nick with the leadoff double here in the bottom of the third. A good start for the Warhawks. That is the 8th double of the year for Nick Santoro. Brings him to 1 for 2 on the day, and that brings up Connor Moroder, the reigning WIC position player of the week. Connor with a strong week last week, 9 for 17 at the plate, 4 doubles, a homer, and 10 runs batted in. This one's taken low and away for ball one. Connor getting it done at the plate as well as out of the bullpen. 10 appearances out of that Warhawk bullpen, 2.70 ERA and 3-0 record for Connor. He's enjoying a strong senior campaign as this one's hit foul up against the netting. Moroder has battled some injuries during his time at UW-Whitewater, but when healthy has been a strong component of this Warhawk team. Again, not only at the plate, but on the mound as well. Long pause there from Bauman, and he finally bluffs a throw over to second. 6-0 Warhawks, bottom of the third. Here at Miller Stadium. Students have returned from spring break. This one's grounded through the left side for a base hit. Santoro being held at third as that one was played quickly by Jacob Sherpke out in left field. And so with runners at the corners and nobody out, that brings up Matt Corman, the left fielder for the Warhawks. Corman today is 1 for 1 with an RBI, which came back in the second inning, and now the catcher Justin Schnell giving signals to the UW-Stout infielders for a first and third situation. That's thrown over to first, and Moroder's back easily. Spring break is concluded here at UW-Whitewater, so the students back on campus for another couple of weeks to finish classes. This one's thrown over again to first, and Moroder's back. A lot of buzz on campus about this weekend, the NFL draft. And Quinn Miners, a member of the Warhawk football team, as this one's taken for strike one by Corman. We'll hear his name called this weekend. Not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So awesome to see that. A member of the Warhawk football team projected to go in the second, third, maybe fourth round, as this one's bunted back to the pitcher. The run's going to score, and Moroder's forced out at second. So score an RBI for Matt Corman on the sacrifice, and that'll make it 7-0 UW-Whitewater. So a fielder's choice sacrifice for Matt Corman makes it 7-0. He's over at first base for Taylor White. Taylor grounds one foul off of the front foot. officially 0 for 0 today after walking back in the second, which seems like a while ago, but just the previous inning. Back to first is Corman on the throw over from Bauman. Some action down in the, maybe some movement at least, down in the UW-Stout bullpen. This one's thrown to first again, and back safely is Corman. Matt does have 6 steals this year. One of 5 Warhawks with at least 6 stolen bags. Another throw down, this one from the catcher, Schnell, and Corman back again as that pitch was a ball, and it's 1-1. 7-0 Warhawks, bottom of the third. Warhawks softball team about 15 minutes from getting underway as this one's thrown to first again. They're taking on UW-Oshkosh today over at Van Steeneren Softball Complex, which is just over to the northeast of the field here. Those games will be broadcast on UWW TV. They're only one game back of first place as well. This one swung on and missed on a foul tip by Taylor White, and it's 2-2. Games today that the softball team is playing will not count in the league standings. They will count for the overall record, but not for the conference record, as this one's hit to second, and that's going to be a double play. That one lined right to Colin Hageman by White, and Corman had his secondary lead and had no chance to get back to first base. So we head to the 4th inning, and the Warhawks lead 7-0. Back here at Miller Stadium, top of the 4th. Apologies for some technical difficulties. We're trying to get the volume adjusted here on the commentary. Hopefully you can hear me now loud and clear. It's 7-0 Warhawks, top of the 4th. Weston Muir, delivers a first pitch, and that one's hit as a comebacker, throwing over his Vomhoff for the out. But more importantly, the concern is Weston Muir right now. He's walking it off and appears to be okay. I think it might have hit Weston's glove on the comebacker and deflected over to Sam Vomhoff for the easy out. So that'll bring up Casey Bass, the first baseman. He's 0 for 1 today, and he takes a first pitch strike. Bass 377 with 5 homers as this one's hit foul down the right field line, and it's quickly 0-2. These Blue Devil hitters very aggressive early in the count against Weston, who's only thrown 26 pitches here in the top of the 4th. This one stays high for ball 1. Bass, one of the most dangerous hitters in the WIC. He's got 27 RBIs. That figure is tied for the team lead. And this one's slapped in over to the shortstop Santoro, and that'll be the second out of the inning on the short pop-up. Looked like it might have been hit harder than, looked to be hit harder than I thought. Thought it might have been one of those sinking line drives into center, but it just kept sinking and right into the glove of awaiting Nick Santoro, and Muir in a rhythm now with one out, or with 2 outs I should say, and he delivers a first pitch strike to Colin Hageman, who was 281 entering play with a home run, 5 doubles, and 14 RBIs. This one swung on and missed for strike 2. So Weston now 0-2 to Hageman, 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning. As this one swung on and popped up on the infield. Who wants it? This one is drifting toward the right field side, and coming all the way over is the third baseman, Tucker Criswell. Always a dangerous area. That ball popped right over the mound, and Criswell having to navigate not only the other infielders, but the mound area as well, which is a little bit elevated, of course, off the ground. But he makes the catch for the final out of the inning. So we head to the bottom of the 4th, and the Warhawks lead the Blue Devils 7-0. Bottom of the 4th, and we're back here at Miller Stadium. The Warhawks with a 7-0 lead on the UW-Stout Blue Devils. Next batter is Ryan Norton, the Warhawks right-handed hitting catcher. He's 1 for 1 with 2 RBIs. And another shift is on for the Blue Devils. Colin Hageman, the second baseman, playing to the left side of second base as this one's hit foul. Don't see a lot of teams do this in Division III, but UW-Stout, believing it has enough scouting evidence to play the pole for Ryan Norton. This one's off the outside corner, and it's a ball 1. And it worked for Connor Moroder back in the second inning. Moroder bouncing right into the shift, but an error on the play extended the inning, and the Warhawks ended up scoring 6 runs. This one's dribbled toward third. Pick and the throw over by Joel Thimson, and Norton is out. A nice play there by Thimson, who picked quickly, made the exchange to his throwing hand, and made a strong throw to first base. So with 1 out, that'll bring up Zach Campbell, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI, had one of the 2-out hits that brought home a run in the second inning. Zach slaps one out to left for a base hit. So he's on base, second hit of the game. And with 1 out, that'll bring up Sam Vomhoff. Sam, a second-year man for the Warhawks, a freshman in eligibility from DeForest, Wisconsin, in the Madison area. Sam, one of the 8 hitters, or 8 regulars, I should say, batting above 300 this year. It's been an impressive performance so far by the Warhawk offense. combined with a strong pitching staff. The Warhawks at 21-4 entering play today. Bauman still in the game for UW-Stout as he delivers a curveball low and inside for ball 1. Bauman, only one of his runs has been earned so far. Throw over to first, and Zach Campbell's back with a head first slide. Next pitch is low for ball 2, and it's 2-1 on Sam Baumhoff. Bottom of the 4th, Warhawks leading 7-0. Warhawks head to UW-Stout this Saturday. That doubleheader will start at 1 p.m. in Menominee. Campbell was leaning and dives back into first. Zach has 9 stolen bases already with 1 today. As this one's hit foul over the Stout dugout and out of play, and it's 2-2. So after heading to Stout, the Warhawks will host Finlandia next week for 5 games, I should say. 2 on the 7th, 2 on the 8th, and 1 on the 9th. That's Sunday. Runner goes. This one's hit foul and out of play by Baumhoff down the left field line. Next pitch will be the 70th for Jace Bauman. Campbell was moving on the play and will probably be moving again here on 2-2. He's not. He stays put, and Baumhoff takes a bender outside, and it's 3-2. Warhawks will wrap up the regular season May 15th. The 3rd and 4th games of the week against UW-Eau Claire, a first-year program, as Campbell takes off. This one's bounced toward third, and the one play is going to be at first, and Baumhoff beats it out for an infield single. So it would have been a tough play for Thimpson over at third to get any force out, as that one was kind of hammered into the ground, and it was Baumhoff with good speed beating the throw over at first. A close play because of the strong throw from Thimpson. So 2 on and 1 out, and that brings up Tucker Criswell. This one swung on and chopped towards short, and they're going to have a play at third, and that's going to be it. A good decision there by Zakouni, throwing over to Thimpson for the force, because I don't think they were going to get Tucker Criswell over at first base. Well, time is called, and Bauman has to tie his shoe. DeMeyer, the batter, with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and the Warhawks with a 7-0 lead. DeMeyer 0 for 2 with a strikeout today. Santoro waits on deck. The 1-0 is inside for ball 2. So DeMeyer, the Warhawks cleanup hitter, way ahead of Jace Bauman. This one's hit down the left field line and caught A nice diving catch on the line drive by Thimpson. And the inning is over, so the Warhawks come away empty on 2 hits, leaving 2 on base. We head to the 5th, and the Warhawks take a 7-0 lead into the 5th. The Warhawks and Blue Devils here at Miller Stadium, top of the 5th. UW-Whitewater with a 7-0 lead on 9 hits so far. Riley Bushak, the batter for UW-Stout, takes a ball high from Weston Muir, who's been really good so far. Has only thrown 32 pitches and has held this Blue Devil lineup scoreless thus far. This one's a curveball low and inside for ball 2. One thing the Warhawk pitchers do not do much is walk batters, and today's no exception. And just as I say that, Weston Muir behind Bushak 3-0. Riley Bushak, a freshman from Marshfield, up in the Stevens Point area. And takes ball 4, so a 4-pitch walk to start the 5th inning. Again, very uncharacteristic of Warhawk pitchers. Only the 12th walk in 43 innings for Weston. And so that'll bring up Justin Schnell, the catcher, is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Bushak, the runner at first base, with nobody out, as this one catches the outside corner for strike 1. Bushak is a threat to run, does have 7 stolen bases in 8 attempts so far this year. This is thrown over to first, and back safely is Riley Bushak. Regular season winding down quickly, as this one's hit out to left and down the line, and ranging over is Corman, and unable to chase it down. That one bouncing just over the fence, so actually that one out of play for Matt Corman. So Muir, after the 4-pitch walk, is quickly ahead of Justin Schnell, 0-2. Throw is a little bit outside for ball 1. Weston from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Went to St. Charles North High School down in St. Charles, Illinois, and made the decision to play out his collegiate career here at UW-Whitewater. This one sails high for ball 2. Weston, a very good 2019 season. All conference and all region, and a member of the NCAA Whitewater Regional All-Tournament team through that 8-inning gem against North Central, who's currently ranked among the nation's top 10, I believe, as this one swung on and missed by Schnell for strike 3. So the third strikeout of the game for Weston Muir, and that'll bring up Joel Thimpson, who is 0 for 1 today. Ball outside and low from Muir. Good curveball from Muir is the first strike of the at-bat. And it's 1-1. One out here, top of the fifth. Runner at first, Warhawks with a 7-0 lead with a six spot in the second and one more in the third. This one's rolled down the third baseline and foul. So 1-2 on Joel Thimpson. This one's hit foul and behind the home plate, and Norton's going to run out of room as this one falls just to the right of the trailer here behind home plate. So we'll reset again at 1-2. Bushak out at first. Good speed on the bases for Stout. This one's hit foul once again. So a good at bat being put together here by Thimpson after Muir entered the inning with only 31 pitches thrown. Has now got his pitch count up to 45 and only one out to show for it here in the top of the fifth. 7-0 Warhawks. Next pitch grounded to third and out of the reach of Tucker Criswell, but out of play. So Thimpson again continuing to foul off these two-strike pitches from Weston Muir and extend the at-bat. Just what you want to do when you're trying to chop into a 7-0 deficit. This one's chopped now again to third. This one finally fair. Throw to second for one. Relay not in time. A good play by Criswell. His momentum going away from second base, but making the throw across his body to get the force out on the lead runner. A strong play. Santoro, even with a good relay throw, unable to get Thimpson, who was hustling down the line. So 2 outs, runner at first, and that brings up Jack Sherpke. As he takes a strike one. Correction on that throw, that was Vomhoff covering at second base. Throw over, and Thimpson is back. Thimpson 1 for 4 on stolen base attempts this year. This one's fouled over the Stout dugout, and it's quickly 0-2. So Weston looking to get out of this top of the fifth inning after that 4-pitch walk to start it. Has battled back nicely against the bottom third of this Blue Devil batting order. Runner bluffs, and the pitch is high, and no throw needed from Norton. The runner Thimpson at first base took a few steps towards second, but quickly put on the brakes. And it's 1-2. This one's hit out to left and foul down the left field line. And we'll do it again at 1-2. 21-4 and 13-3 in the league for UW-Whitewater entering play today. For UW-Stout, 12-12 and 8-8 in conference competition. This one's taken high and away, so Sherpke lives to see another pitch. It's 2-2 from Weston Muir. Another ball high from Muir. And after getting ahead 0-2, Sherpke has run it full against the Warhawks right-hander. Who's been one of the top pitchers in the WIC for 2 years running. Runner goes. This one's hit high and over in foul territory on the left side. Criswell makes the catch for the third out of the inning. So good battle there between Weston Muir and Jack Sherpke, and Weston induces the pop-out in foul territory. So no runs, no hits, no errors, just the walk that was left on base. We head to the bottom of the fifth, and the Warhawks lead the Blue Devils 7-0. Bottom of the fifth. And Nick Santoro will lead off, squares to bunt, and lays down a beauty down the third baseline. No chance for Joel Thimpson to record the out, and it'll be a bunt base hit for Nick Santoro to start things off here in the fifth. So Connor Moroder steps up, 1 for 2 today after Santoro's second hit of the game. This one is on the outside corner for strike one. Moroder out of Pewaukee originally, transferring to UW-Whitewater prior to the 2018 season from Illinois State University. And really finding a niche here with the Warhawks. Was very good in 2019. Throw over to first, and Santoro is back with a head first slide. Interestingly, was number 22 in NCAA Division III in the toughest to strike out category. So Moroder, a strong contact hitter. This one is foul as Santoro was running from first. And it's 1-2 on Connor, who has only struck out one time entering play today. And that's over, it's like 36 plate appearances. So another good strikeout rate for the senior. As this one's hit up the middle and through for a base hit. And Santoro is going to scamper over to third. And runners are at the corners once again for the Warhawks with nobody out. And that'll bring up Matt Corman, who is 1 for 1 today. Bauman's still on the mound for UW-Stout. Is nearing the 75 pitch mark as the Stout bullpen now active. A right-hander getting loose down there. 7-0 Warhawks here, bottom of the fifth. Nobody out, runners at the corners. And Matt Corman at the plate. Bunt is on, but he pulls back for ball one. It looked like a safety squeeze as Santoro was about a quarter of the way down the line. Nothing doing from Moroder over at first base. Corman swinging away now and takes a ball down low. 2-0 now for Matt Corman, the Warhawks right-handed hitting left fielder out of Waterford, Wisconsin. This one's smashed over to short. Could be a double play, I should say. And it is. The run does score. So it's 8-0 Warhawks, but the bases are clear after the 6-4-3 double play by UW-Stout. Their second double play of the third, I should say, double play of the contest. So no RBI for Corman there on the double play ground out. And Taylor White is at the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a walk today. This one's smashed towards second and past the diving Hageman for a base hit. So solid contact for Taylor White. And he's on with 2 away, and that brings up Ryan Norton. White aggressive on the first pitch, swinging away, and smashed one just past Colin Hageman, who made a nice diving attempt over at second base. 8-0 Warhawks, bottom of the fifth. 1 run already in here, but 2 away for Jace Bauman, who is now facing Ryan Norton for a third time today. Norton is 1 for 2. He had that 2-run single back in the second, part of that 6-run inning for the Warhawks. He takes a ball down low. Wouldn't be surprised to see Taylor White take off as he's a throw over to first, and he's back. Taylor has only attempted a couple of stolen bases, but seems to be a time when the Warhawks would send the runner. And there he goes, and swinging away is Norton for strike 1, I should say. And Taylor has second base stolen, his second steal of the year, and is now in scoring position if Ryan Norton can put one down in the outfield. 12 hits already for the Warhawks here in the bottom of the fifth. And Bauman steps off and will reset. Again, some activity in the Stout bullpen. Here in the bottom of the fifth. And this one's hit out to center. And it's going to be a routine play for Bushak, who makes the catch for out number 3. So the Warhawks with a run on 3 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. We head to the 6th, and the Warhawks with an 8-0 lead over the Blue Devils. First pitch of the top of the 6th inning is a ball to Charlie Zacconi, who is 1 for 2 with a strikeout. The leadoff hitting shortstop for UW-Stout. And he waits on a breaking ball, grounds it over to first, and Moroder does not beat the runner. Zacconi with a headfirst slide beats Moroder to the bag. And I think Connor may have thought he had a little more time than he did. So it'll be a base hit for Charlie Zacconi to start the top of the 6th. That'll bring up Hunter Merrill, who is 0 for 2. So not an error on the play, but more of a mental mistake for Connor Moroder. This one's grounded to third and bobbled by Criswell, and the runner's safe at first. So Stout with a couple of ground balls and the Warhawks with no outs to show for it. That one will be an error on Tucker Criswell. And Stout with 2 on and nobody out. The Warhawks do lead 8-0 here in the top of the 6th. Weston Muir with 57 pitches, but should have 2 outs here in the top of the 6th, but nobody out for the Blue Devils. Good curveball taken for strike 1 by Alex Jenkins, who is 1 for 2 so far. And making his 3rd plate appearance against the Warhawks junior right-hander, excuse me. Another curveball, inside corner. Good pitch from Muir, and it's quickly 0-2 on Alex Jenkins, the right-handed hitting designated hitter for UW-Stout. 2 on, nobody out, top of the 6th. Warhawks with an 8-0 lead. Another curve from Muir. This one stays high for ball 1. Zacconi with good speed out at second, so if Jenkins can shorten up and drop one into right center, should plate Zacconi from second base. Muir on the other side looking for a ground ball. This one's hit right back to Muir, and this one is off the glove of Vomhoff and still able to turn the double play. So another comebacker hit at Weston Muir, and that one deflecting off of his glove and right to Sam Vomhoff, who bobbled but had enough time, was hit hard enough that he had enough time to step on second and deliver to first for the out. A good hard slide by Merrill, but Vomhoff able to make the play regardless. So Zucconi at third now, and the batter will be Casey Bass with 2 outs, and Muir delivers a first pitch strike. So the Warhawks with their second double play of the game, erasing one of those outs that should have been, as Bass takes a ball outside. Casey Bass 0 for 2 today against Muir. Curveball stays high. Zucconi got a good jump off third base, and Norton bluffed a throw down there. Nobody covering anyway. 2 outs, top of the sixth. It's a 2-1 count on Casey Bass, the Stout cleanup hitter. Curveball on the inside corner for strike 2. Boy, Muir really locating his curveball nicely here in the top of the sixth inning. It's 2-2 now, as Muir 1 strike away from pitching around a 2-on, nobody out jam. This one's fouled off the front foot by Bass, and will reset once again at 2-2. Yeah, uncharacteristic of this Warhawk team, who's been so good in the field defensively this season. A miscue by Moroder, and then the error by Criswell, as this one's fouled again by Bass. This one off the glove of Ryan Norton, and it's 2-2 once again. Muir now delivering out of the windup with just the runner at third base. That one low and away, nearly getting away from Ryan Norton, and it's 3-2, and Casey Bass is the batter. You don't know if you want to give him anything too good if you're Weston, with the base open at first. That one is inside for ball 4. Casey Bass trying to say the ball hit him and wouldn't have mattered anyway. The umpire called ball 4. So a 2-out walk by Casey Bass, and that'll bring up Colin Hageman, who's 0 for 2. A right-handed hitting second baseman for UW-Stout. Freshman from Janesville, so kind of a homecoming of sorts for Hageman, as this one is low and inside for ball 1. Graduate of Craig High School. Not the only freshman from Janesville Craig, also a Ryan Herbst on the roster. So a couple of Janesville Craig products on this Stout roster, as this one's low for ball 2. So Muir walked Bass, and now here comes John Vodenlich for a meeting with his right-hander. Muir has run into a little bit of trouble, which is uncharacteristic with a couple of walks so far, and a 2-0 count now on Hageman. Nonetheless, has yet to allow a run against this Blue Devil lineup. And the meeting over with the Warhawks infield and head coach John Vodenlich, was given earned the position of head coach following the retirement of Jim Miller back in 2003, and has really taken what Mills built and has built on it, as this one's hit into left for a base hit, and Stout is on the board. It's 8-1 here in the top of the sixth. Runners now at first and second with 2 outs, and that'll bring up Riley Bushak. So an unearned run for UW-Stout. Throw down to second. And Bass is back with a slide. Swing and a miss by Bushak for strike one. 73 pitches now for Weston. He has thrown a lot in the last couple of frames. I believe he was at 32 pitches in the fourth inning. And now here in the top of the sixth, all the way up to 73. As this one's in the dirt, good scoop by Ryan Norton, and it's 1-1. Warhawks looking to limit the damage here. One already in for UW-Stout. And they nearly were out of the inning after the double play, and then Muir had 2 strikes on Bass. Good curveball, and that one's taken for strike 2. The Brewers in action this afternoon, playing in their third and final game of a 3-game series against the Miami Marlins, and trailing 6-2. First and second, 2 outs here at Miller Stadium, and this one is swung on and missed by Bushak. So good job by Muir to escape the jam, allowing only 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, and 2 left on base. We head to the bottom of the 6th, and the Warhawks still lead 8-1. Back here at Pruka Field at James B. Miller Stadium, the Warhawks with an 8-1 lead here in the bottom of the 6th. The Blue Devils have changed pitchers. The new hurler is Dak Doyle, number 15, a freshman from Hayward, Wisconsin. Entering play today, Dak with a 3.00 ERA. This is his 4th appearance, all in relief. He has allowed 1 earned run over 3 innings with a couple of strikeouts. So Zach Campbell will see him for the first time today. He's 2 for 3 with 1 RBI. This one's fouled straight back. Zach is always aggressive early in the count and swings at the first pitch he sees from the new hurler, Dak Doyle. This one's hit out to left and tailing toward Sherpke, and he makes the catch for the first out. The wind blowing a little bit harder now here at Miller Stadium, still blowing left to right, so nothing really doing in terms of the jet stream we've seen sometimes out to left or right field. Sam Baumhoff, the batter, 2 for 2, as he takes a first pitch strike from Dak Doyle. The Blue Devils last week playing against UW-La Crosse, taking 2 games from the Eagles, just 1 in conference play, as this one's grounded to second. Throw over to first by Hageman for the second out of the inning. So 2 up and 2 down for the new pitcher, Dak Doyle, and that'll bring up Tucker Criswell, who is 1 for 3 with an RBI. The Warhawks third baseman, grad transfer from Methodist. A very good addition to this Warhawk lineup, and the Warhawks having kind of a hole in at the corner infield spot with the graduation of Cal Aldridge back in 2019, 2-time All-American, and Criswell has fit in nicely with the Warhawks so far. He takes a pitch high for ball 2. Cal now a member of the Warhawks coaching staff. Other former players on the staff joining Steve Bartline and Armando Hernandez. This one's taken down low for ball 3. Armando, a player under head coach Jim Miller. Also Tom Clawwitter, former minor league pitcher, is a member of the staff. The pitching coach for UW-Whitewater has done some really good work with this rotation, which has been excellent so far this season. This one's hit over the Warhawks clubhouse and out of play, and it's 3-2. Doyle has come back from down 3-0 to run it full against the Warhawks third baseman. That one stays low for ball 4, and Criswell is aboard with a 2-out walk. That's Tucker's 16th walk of the year. That leads the team. And that'll bring up DeMeyer, who's 0 for 3 today with a strikeout. Hate to pick on Jacob, but he is the only hitter without a hit in this Warhawk lineup, as that one is thrown over to first. Swung on and missed by DeMeyer. A big cut for the Warhawk freshman, graduate of Rhinelander High School. Throw over to first. And there goes Criswell. This one's bunted by DeMeyer and bunted foul for strike 2. Another foul ball from DeMeyer, and it's stays at 0-2. Next pitch is on the off the outside corner and a little bit low for ball 1. Criswell, the runner over at first, has decent speed, and he's sliding back into first on another throw over from Doyle. Criswell, a couple of stolen bases so far this year. Now there he goes again, chopped to third, and making the throw over is Thimpson for the third out of the inning. So no runs, no hits, no errors, just the 2-out walk from Criswell. And we head to the 7th, and the Warhawks with an 8-1 lead over UW-Stout. It is the top of the 7th, and UW-Whitewater with a 8-1 lead. First pitch is a ball from Weston Muir, who's back out there for inning number 7. Next pitch is taken for another ball. That one maybe a little bit low to Justin Schnell, the UW-Stout catcher. This one's taken high, and it's 3-0, and Muir again getting behind hitters here, as this one's on the outside corner for strike 1. So we'll see if Muir can find a little bit of a rhythm once again, as he had earlier in the game. This one's grounded through the right side for a base hit. So Schnell is aboard on the base hit through the right side. That's the 6th hit of the game for the Blue Devils. And that'll bring up Joel Thimpson. Thimpson is 0 for 2 today. First pitch swinging. This one's hit down the first base line and out of play into the Hawks' nest as Connor Moroder gave chase. And it's Oh and 1. Runner out at first is Justin Schnell, as this one swung on and hit foul behind home plate for strike 2. And it's quickly 0 and 2 for Weston Muir, who's looking for his first out here in the top of the 7th inning. This one stays high and inside for ball 1. Weston entering play today with a 5-0 record, 0.92 ERA, 49 strikeouts in 39 innings, as this one's low and dug out nicely by Ryan Norton, and it's 2-2. Weston is accustomed to striking out a few more batters. Only has 4 today, but has induced a couple of double play ground balls and has been pitching to contact, and the Warhawk defense has been pretty good, as this one's chopped towards second. Could be 2, stepping on 2 for 1. That relay throw is in time for Sam Vomhoff. And just like that, 2 are erased, and UW-Stout brings up Jack Sherpke after the Warhawks' 3rd double play ground ball of the contest. Stout has also turned 3 double plays, one of those a line drive to second base. This one's hit in the air and into shallow center, and moving towards second base rather on the infield is Santoro for the 3rd out. So Muir, after the leadoff walk, or I should say leadoff base hit, pitches around that and induces a double play and then a pop out. So we head to the bottom of the 7th, and the Warhawks lead the Blue Devils 8-1. It is the bottom of the 7th. The batter is Nick Santoro, and the Warhawks have an 8-1 lead. This one's skied into left center, and ranging over is Sherpke and making the catch for the 1st out of the inning. So Santoro quickly retired, and that'll bring up Connor Moroder, who is 2 for 3 today. Connor, the left-handed hitting first baseman, takes a strike on the outside corner from Dak Doyle, who's in his 2nd inning of work. And Connor bunts this one down the 3rd baseline. Doyle bobbles, and that's going to be a base hit for Connor Moroder. I don't think Doyle had a chance at him, as Connor was bunting for a base hit the whole way. So Moroder aboard with 1 out, and that'll bring up Matt Corman. The final line on Jace Bauman, by the way: 5 innings, 12 hits, 8 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks, and 1 strikeout. 6 of those of the 6 runs of the unearned variety, due to that 2-out error back in the 2nd by Stout that was so costly. And now we're going to have a pinch runner for Moroder. It's going to be Jason Abato entering the game. over at first for Connor Moroder, who gets a well-deserved round of applause from the Warhawk dugout. After recording his third hit of the game, Connor stays hot after the 9 for 17 performance last week. Matt Corman 1 for 2 with a couple of RBIs, and he looks at a ball high. Abato making an appearance here for the Warhawks as a pinch runner, as they throw over to first, and he's back in plenty of time, making his 7th appearance of the year. He has scored a run and has stolen a base. Jason, a senior, as this one's hit to short on a line, and Abato's going to be doubled off first base. Another double play for UW-Stout, and that'll do it for the bottom of the 7th. We head to the 8th, and the Warhawks lead the Blue Devils 8-1. Top of the 8th, the Warhawks with an 8-1 lead on UW-Stout. One change to note. So Abato came in to pinch run for Moroder back in the 7th inning. He stays in the game and will play second base. And Sam Vomhoff moves over to first. Otherwise, we're the same all the way around, as Muir remains in the ballgame on the mound, now facing the Blue Devils order for the 4th time. This one's hit foul by Zakouni, who is 2 for 3. He's been one of the more successful Stout hitters against the Warhawks junior right-hander. Muir saying on this one swung on and missed, saying on the Warhawk Athletics podcast earlier this month that he will be back for one more season here in Whitewater, after earning last year and this year back in eligibility thanks to the NCAA's blanket waiver. So Weston will spend one more year here in Whitewater, as this one's low and inside for ball 2, and it's 2-2 now. The wind starting to pick up a little bit here at Miller Stadium. Over at softball, it's the top of the 4th, and UW-Oshkosh with a 2-1 lead over UW-Whitewater, as this one's dribbled foul down the first baseline. Warhawks softball looking to pick up a couple of wins today. This game not counting toward conference standings, but does count in the overall record and factored into the regional rankings as well. Although this year will be much harder for teams to acquire an at-large bid to the NCAA tournament, with the field reduced down to 48 teams. This one's hit in the air. Shallow left, should be Matt Corman's ball. And the junior comes in and makes the catch for the first out of the inning. 1 up and 1 down, and that'll bring up Hunter Merrill, who is 0 for 3 against Muir today. Warhawk baseball at 21-4 entering play today. And again, no automatic qualifier for the WIC quite yet. We'll need to wait another year as this one swung on and missed for strike one. Basically, the league on a 2-year probationary period after adding Finlandia last season. So in the second year of that, and UW-Eau Claire also an addition to the league, so 8 teams in the WIC now as this one's skied out to center. Should be a routine play for Campbell, drifting over and calling off Jacob DeMeyer for the second out of the inning. That ball just kept drifting toward right field, and really either player could have made the catch, but in that case, Zach Campbell taking it, and 2 are away, and that'll bring up Alex Jenkins, the designated hitter, is 1 for 3 today against Muir, who is nearing 100 pitches for this outing. Curveball hit to third. This one stays fair. Criswell going to need a big throw over, and it's high. And Tucker Criswell on the throwing error allows Jenkins to reach with 2 away here in the top of the 8th. Second error of the game for the Warhawks, and that'll bring up Casey Bass. I think Tucker had to rush maybe a little more than he anticipated with Jenkins running to first. And the throw sailed on him a little bit, and the new first baseman, Sam Baumhoff, had to come off the bag to make the catch. A smart play with an 8-1 lead as Bass takes a strike on the outside corner. Casey Bass is 0 for 2. He has drawn a walk for UW-Stout. See if Muir can pitch around the 2-out error by Criswell. This one's line into right, and it's going to be a base hit. And holding at second is Jenkins. So first and second, 2 outs, and UW-Stout looking to make the error hurt for UW-Whitewater. Hageman, the batter, 1 for 3 today against Muir. The Warhawks with an 8-1 lead here in the bottom of the 8th, in the top of the 8th, I should say, looking to get back in the dugout and try to pad the lead a little bit, perhaps. Curveball hit foul toward the Warhawk dugout and not a play. Game 2 will take place about 25 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. Both of these games are, in fact, conference games, will count in the league standings. Curveball again, grounded to third. Criswell is going to take the easy play at second for the force out. So good job by Weston Muir to pitch around the 2-out error. And we head to the bottom of the 8th, and the Warhawks with an 8-1 lead over UW-Stout. Bottom of the 8th, the Warhawks with an 8-1 lead over UW-Stout. Dak Doyle back out for the Blue Devils. Delivers a first pitch strike on the outside corner to Taylor White. The Warhawks left-handed hitting designated hitter is 1 for 2 with a walk today. Next pitch is hit in the hole, and diving play made by Casey Bass, plucking that one out of the air and stealing a base hit away from Taylor White. So 1 up and 1 down, and that'll bring up the catcher Ryan Norton for UW-Whitewater, who is 1 for 3 today with 2 RBIs. Norton has missed a few games with an injury, but is back in the Warhawk lineup and sharing some time behind the plate with Ian Drays. Next pitch is taken for a strike. Good curveball from Doyle, and it's 1-1. Next pitch, low, ball 2. See if Muir comes out for the 9th inning, as this one's hit to left center by Norton. Got under it a little bit, drifting over and making the catch is Bushak for the 2nd out of the inning. Hit that one hard, but just got under it a tad. And that'll bring up the top of the order in Zach Campbell, who is 2 for 4 with an RBI. Muir did eclipse the 100 pitch mark, so wouldn't surprise me to see a reliever come out for the Warhawks. Can't really see the bullpen from our vantage point, as this one's taken for strike 1. Next pitch, lined out to left and right out to, and dropped, by Jack Sherpke. Looked like a routine play, and the Stout left fielder just dropped it for an error. So that'll bring up Sam Baumhoff, and again, UW-Stout was out of the inning, and the drop extends it for the Warhawks. Baumhoff steps to the plate. He'll get another chance. 2 for 3 with a walk and an RBI. Campbell at first dives back safely on the throw over. Next pitch, low and inside, and it's ball number 1. This one's slapped to the right, and that's going to drop for a base hit. Rounding second and heading to third is Campbell. He's being waved around and will score easily. And it's a run-scoring double for Sam Baumhoff, his 2nd RBI of the game. And that'll make it 9-1 Warhawks on the unearned run, and that'll bring up Tucker Criswell. 14th hit of the game for the Warhawks, again making an error hurt for UW-Stout, as this one stays on the outside corner for strike 1 to Tucker Criswell. 1 for 3 with a walk and an RBI. Next pitch is ball 1. Slow curve, hammered through the left side for a base hit. Rounding third and coming home is Baumhoff. The throw cut off, and UW-Whitewater with another run. And it's 10-1 here in the bottom of the 8th. So the Warhawks with 8 unearned runs in the contest now, as I think John Bodenlich is going to send in a pinch runner for Tucker Criswell, with Jacob DeMeyer at the plate. Maybe a pinch hitter instead of, nope, DeMeyer is going to stay in the game. It will be Tucker Criswell leaving the game. The runner is Eric Hughes. Hughes, a freshman from Janesville Craig, an outfielder on the Warhawks roster. Two balls and no strikes to DeMeyer, with the runner Eric Hughes out at first base. Hughes a threat to steal with good speed as he dives back into first on the throw over. Hughes, 3 stolen bases, has scored 6 runs this year, most of those coming in a pinch running role. As this one's delivered for strike 1. And Hughes has stolen second base. And it's 3-1 to DeMeyer. Now with a runner in scoring position. DeMeyer is 0 for 4 with a strikeout. See if he can find some space and put up his first hit of the game. Time is called by Jacob. He'll step out for a minute. Doyle with 3 strong innings, but an error extending the inning, and the Warhawks making it hurt with a couple of runs already in here in the bottom of the 8th. This one's hit out to center, and it's going to be a routine play for Bushak, who makes the catch for the 3rd out. So 2 runs on 2 hits and 1 error in the bottom of the 8th. We head to the 9th, and the Warhawks lead 10-1. Top of the ninth. And Ben Muscatello is the pitcher for UW-Whitewater. A swing and a miss by Riley Bushak. Muscatello making his 8th appearance, 10 2/3 innings with 21 strikeouts, as this one's grounded over toward first and out of play. Couple of defensive changes as well. Ben Wilkins has entered the game over at third base for the Warhawks, a senior from Sussex, Wisconsin. And Brian Sturtevant now in the game over at first base. He replaces Vomhoff as this one's lined down the right field line and foul. Next pitch sails high for ball one. Sturtevant, a junior from Burlington, has been in and out of the lineup a little bit, mostly playing second base with Sam Vomhoff, getting his first action over at first, as far as I know, this season. Bushak is at 2-2 now against Muscatello. Big swing and a miss on the off-speed pitch for strike three. Good change of pace from Muscatello. 1 up and 1 down, and that'll bring up the catcher, Justin Schnell, who is 1 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Swinging a foul over the left field side of the netting here at Miller Stadium. 10 runs, 15 hits, 2 errors for the Warhawks. 1 run, 7 hits, 2 errors for UW-Stout, as this one's taken for strike two. Quickly 0-2 on the left-handed hitting catcher against Ben Muscatello, who's making his 8th appearance in relief. A junior from Evergreen, Colorado. Another swing and a miss, and strike three. Muscatello with his 2nd strikeout already and 22nd of the year. Muscatello is a very high, 23rd of the year for Muscatello. Very high strikeout rate for Muscatello, but has given up some runs in his appearances, as this one's taken for ball one by Joel Thimpson. Next pitch taken for a strike. 1-1 count now, with 2 outs here in the top of the ninth, and the Warhawks with a 10-1 lead. Muscatello looking to close it out for Weston Muir. Peel down to first, and he went around, says the bases umpire, and it's 1-2. That one stays high, and it's 2-2. Again, the second game here today will start about 25 minutes after the conclusion of today's opener. Swing and a miss, and Muscatello strikes out the side in the ninth. And that'll do it for game one. The Warhawks defeating UW-Stout by a 10-1 score. We'll be back right around 3:40 for the start of game two. Again, the final in game one, 10-1 UW-Whitewater. Welcome back to Miller Stadium. We are back getting ready to start the second game here today. 10-1, the Warhawks defeating UW-Stout in the opener of this doubleheader. A couple of other scores to report from around the league. The first game, UW-Oshkosh at Platteville. The Titans defeating the Pioneers 11-3, so Oshkosh maintains its stronghold on third place in the league standings. And UW-Stevens Point just edges UW-Eau Claire. That scored 2-1. So the Blue Golds nearly pulling off a big upset in their first year as a program, as Matt O'Sullivan delivers the first pitch, and it's a ball to Zakouni. O'Sullivan entering play today has been lights out for the Warhawks, as this one is another ball and it's 2-0. O'Sullivan 6-0, 1.64 earned run average, 44 innings pitched, 24 hits, 8 runs all earned, 8 walks only, and 65 strikeouts. As this one's taken for a strike by Zakouni. O'Sullivan with a 17 strikeout performance earlier this year, striking out, actually correction, it was a 19 strikeout performance, striking out 17 in a row at one point. Incredible performance, as this one's fouled away on 2-2 by Zakouni. Yeah, 17 strikeouts against Finlandia. And I believe it was 15 consecutive batters. This one's grounded over to Criswell, diving play, throw over to first, gets Zakouni by a half a step. A great play by Tucker Criswell to start this second game. And with one away, that'll bring up the right fielder, Hunter Merrill, who is back in the 2-hole playing right field for UW-Stout here in Game 2. O'Sullivan has been a rock for the Warhawks. Left-hander in this starting rotation, one of 2 of them. The other, Donovan Brandel, as this one swung on and missed for strike 1. O'Sullivan has pitched 6 innings or more in all but one of his appearances this season. The first game was a planned short outing against Northwestern, as that one swung on and missed for strike 2. In his last outing, 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 6 strikeouts. That was the Warhawks 11-1 win against Stevens Point. That was last week here at Miller Stadium last Friday. Sullivan ahead of Merrill 1-2, the number 2 hitter for UW-Stout. And that one just off the outside corner. Ryan Norton, the catcher, held it for just an extra second to make sure the home plate umpire had a full look at it. And it's 2-2 now. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and Matt O'Sullivan has his first strikeout of the game. Strikeout number 66 here in 2021. And that will bring up Alex Jenkins, the designated hitter and third batter for UW-Stout. Entering the day, Jenkins batting .240 with 5 doubles, 2 homers, and 10 RBIs. That one is on the outside corner and in for a strike. O'Sullivan from Sugar Grove, Illinois, graduate of Caneland High School. Really, since that first outing, he pitched back in the 2018 regional NCAA regional. He was pitching with the Warhawks behind and frankly kept him in the game and gave him a chance. As this one's hit foul down the left field line in that NCAA regional contest. Ended up being part of that all-tournament team, and that's really where he kind of broke out and had a great 2019 campaign. Was all-conference and all-region that year. Another swing and a miss, and O'Sullivan strikes out 2 of 3 batters he faces in the first. So we head to the bottom half. UW-Stout 0, and the Warhawks coming to bat. Welcome back to Miller Stadium. 1 ball and 1 strike to Zach Campbell, the leadoff hitter for UW-Whitewater, as he takes another ball down low and away. James Palmer, the pitcher for UW-Stout. Palmer, a left-hander, senior from Boyceville, Wisconsin. Enters play today with a 4-2 record, 2.20 ERA, as this one swung on and fouled by Campbell. Palmer making his 7th start of the year, 41 innings, 13 runs, 10 earned, and 45 strikeouts. That leads the Blue Devils. That one's lined up the middle and through for a base hit. Drifting over into left center and throwing back in is Reese Vold, the left fielder. So a leadoff hit for Zach Campbell, who had a couple of hits back in the opener as well. So with one down, or with nobody out, that'll bring up Sam Vomhoff, who's been excellent in his role playing second base. Has been splitting a little bit of time with Brian Sturdivant, but has been seeing a majority of the time recently. Also another left-handed bat in that lineup for John Bodenlich. Campbell over at first, squares to bunt and pulls back and looks at strike 2. So Vomhoff quickly behind, 0-2. So it'll be a lefty-lefty matchup today. Matt O'Sullivan of the Warhawks and James Palmer of UW-Stout. Next pitch is lined, same spot, into left center. Drifting over is Vold to cut it off before it's able to roll in the gap. And the Warhawks have first and second with nobody out here in the bottom of the first. And that'll bring up Tucker Criswell, who's back in the 3 spot in the order, playing third base here in game 2 for the Warhawks. Base hit should score Campbell from second, who has good speed. And a ball in the gap probably scores 2 as Sam Vomhoff runs very well. Criswell squares to bunt. He'll lay one down the third baseline. He's got a chance to beat this out. No throw from James Palmer, and the Warhawks have loaded him up. Really good placement on the bunt by Tucker Criswell. And the bases are loaded with nobody out here in the bottom of the first, and that'll bring up Jacob DeMeyer, the right fielder and cleanup hitter for the Warhawks. Criswell at first, Vomhoff at second, Campbell at third, and this one is off speed and off of the outside corner for ball 1. DeMeyer entered play, as today is the Warhawks' leading hitter, batting .413 with 22 RBIs. Squares to bunt and takes a strike. Campbell had a pretty good jump at third. Maybe Vodenlich had a safety squeeze on, which we saw once back in the first game. But the base is loaded with nobody out. Warhawks threatening right away here in the bottom of the first. Another strike from Palmer, and it's 1-2 on DeMeyer, who is looking for an RBI, maybe 2, to get the Warhawks on the board. And that one inside almost hit Jacob DeMeyer, but he's able to bend down out of the way, and it's 2-2. Next pitch, fouled straight back to the screen. Good. DeMeyer had a good pitch to hit. And it's now 2-2, or remains 2-2, I should say. Over at the softball field, the Warhawks 1 out away from a victory over UW-Oshkosh. It's 7-2 in the top of the 7th with 2 away, as DeMeyer takes another ball, and it's 3-2. So they're loaded, and the count is full here in the bottom of the first. And DeMeyer looking to put the Warhawks on the board. Can do it in a number of ways, as this one's grounded over to third, and the force at third is the only one he'll get. So an RBI ground out for Jacob DeMeyer, and that'll put runners at first and second with 1 out, and the Warhawks with a 1-0 lead. So the RBI to Jacob DeMeyer, and the Warhawks with an early run here in game 2. That'll bring up Nick Santoro, senior shortstop from Naperville, Illinois, batting with 2 on and 1 out. Ball low from James Palmer. And the softball team has finished the first game of that doubleheader. 7-2 Warhawks. That's a final from Van Steenderen Softball Complex. This one's lined into right for a base hit. The runners had to pause, so Criswell is going to be held at third and DeMeyer at second. a base hit for Nick Santoro, who's been very good offensively for the last week and a half. Always good offensively, but has been putting up numbers in the recent days. And that'll bring up Matt Corman with the bases loaded and 1 out. Corman, the Warhawks RBI leader, has 35 entering game 2. Curveball is low and inside for ball 1. Two and 0 now from Palmer to Matt Corman, the right-handed hitting left fielder for the Warhawks. This one slapped foul into the Hawks' nest. And it's 2-1. Criswell at third, DeMeyer at second, and Santoro at first, all aboard after 4 base hits by the Warhawks. DeMeyer with the fielder's choice RBI ground out to give the Warhawks a 1-0 lead. Corman can double it with a fly ball. Even better, a base hit. This one's in the dirt and dug up nicely by Paul Weezy. And it's now 3-1, so Corman will sit dead red for a fastball here. With a 3-1 count and nowhere to put the batter. This one's hit foul over on the right side, and it's 3-2. So Corman has run it full. This one slapped foul down the right field line once again and out of play into the Warhawks dugout. Catcher is Paul Weezy. I apologize for the mispronunciation there. Weezy getting the start behind the plate for the Blue Devils here in game 2. Bases loaded, 1 out. Warhawks with a run in here in the bottom of the first, and Corman looks at strike 3. A big pitch by James Palmer, and for Corman, an opportunity to drive in a run, at least a run, is by the wayside, and that'll bring up Connor Moroder, one of the Warhawks' hottest hitters, the reigning WIC position player of the week. And Connor playing designated hitter here in game 2. So he will put the glove aside and hit for the Warhawks as this one is fouled out and over the UW-Stout dugout. Next pitch is a ball, and it's 2-1. 1-1, I should say. Another foul ball from Connor Moroder, and it's 1-2. Next pitch, hit foul again by Connor. This one over the UW-Stout dugout and well out of play. One and two to the Warhawks left-handed hitting designated hitter. Bases loaded. Criswell at third, DeMeyer at second, and Nick Santoro at first. 2 away here in the bottom of the first. The Warhawks with a 1-0 lead. Next pitch sails off the outside corner, and it's ball 2 and strike 2. That one slapped through the left side for a base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes DeMeyer. That one getting by the left fielder. Reese Vold, it took a hop off that where the turf meets the grass, and the misplay allowing Moroder to move to second base. So it's a 2-run single for Moroder, and the Warhawks take a 3-0 lead. So 2 away now, Moroder at second and Santoro at third, and Ian Drays is the batter, as this one is taken for a ball. Drays getting his seeing his first action here today for the Warhawks. Takes another ball. Drays batting .333, couple of doubles and 8 RBIs. Drays is a junior from Whitewater, graduate of Jefferson High School. And he looks at a ball inside, and it's 3-0. Drays way ahead. That one didn't miss by much. Next pitch stays high for ball 4, and Ian Drays draws a 4-pitch walk with the base open at first. And Ryan Norton's going to step to the plate, but before that, we're going to have a meeting at the mound with a member of the UW-Stout coaching staff. Second time in 2 games the Warhawks have put up a crooked number in an early inning. Today it's 3 in the bottom of the first. In the first game, it was 6 in the bottom of the second that broke the game open. So Ryan Norton steps up as we get set to resume action here. First pitch is a strike to the Warhawks catcher. Next pitch hit foul, and it's quickly 0-2. Big pitch, or big at bat here for the Warhawks. With the bases loaded, have a chance to potentially break this game open. And on the flip side, it's a big chance for James Palmer to get out of this inning without further damage. This one is high, check swing, appeal on the infield, and he did not go. So it's 1-2. This one's hit foul by Norton, and we will reset again at 1-2. Three nothing Warhawks, bottom of the first. Swing and a miss by Norton, and the third strike was dropped, but Wisey will step on the plate, and the inning is over. The Warhawks with 3 runs on 5 hits. The big 2-out, 2-run single coming off the bat of Connor Moroder. And we head to the second, and the Warhawks with a 3-0 lead. First pitch, grounded to second, deep in the hole, and making the play is Sam Baumhoff. A grounder hit by Casey Bass onto the outfield grass, and Baumhoff making a nice sliding play and delivering a strike over to Ian Drays at first to retire Casey Bass. One away quickly for O'Sullivan, and that'll bring up Colin Hageman, once again playing second base for UW-Stout, as O'Sullivan delivers ball 1. Next pitch hit foul, and it's 1-2 from O'Sullivan to Hageman. Next pitch is swung on and missed, and O'Sullivan has his third strikeout of the contest. So next batter will be Riley Bushak, back in the game for Stout, playing center field here in game 2. Curveball is off of the inside corner. Pretty good pitch there by O'Sullivan, but that one's swung on and grounded through the left side for a base hit. First hit of the game for the Blue Devils comes off the bat of Riley Bushak with 2 outs in the top of the second. And that'll bring up Joel Thimson, playing third base for UW-Stout. Thimson drives one down the right field line. Ranging over toward the fence is Jacob DeMeyer, and he'll have the third out of the inning. That one right over by where he made his SportsCenter top 10 catch. Not nearly the highlight reel play there, but tough play nonetheless, right up against the fence, making the catch in foul territory for out number 3. So Sullivan pitches around the 2-out single by Bushak. We head to the bottom of the second, and the Warhawks with an 8-1 lead, or a 3-0 lead here in game 2. Bottom of the second, the Warhawks with a 3-0 lead over UW-Stout. And Zach Campbell, the batter, takes a first pitch ball. The next pitch, check swing. He did not go, so it's 2-0. Campbell is 1 for 1 here in game 2. Started the game with a base hit and came around to score in the bottom of the first. This one's hit toward the left side. Thimson with a diving stop and a throw to first for the first out of the inning. Next batter is Sam Baumhoff, 1 for 1 today. Sam once again playing second base for UW-Whitewater. Swings and pops one down the third baseline. That one's out of play. 1-2 now on Vomhoff, and he swings at strike 3. And 2 away with nobody on. That brings up Tucker Criswell, who's 1 for 1 in game 2. Warhawks' first 3 batters all reaching with hits. Criswell's was a bunt single down the left field line. This one's hit out to right, and that's going to be extra bases into the corner, rolling all the way into the corner, and Criswell is going to be held to a double. A nice play by Hunter Merrill to get the ball in quickly, but Tucker's got a double with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second, and is halfway to a cycle with a single and a double already. And Jacob DeMeyer steps to the plate. 0 for 1, does have an RBI on the ground out. The fielder's choice ground ball back in the first. This one's popped foul over the Warhawk clubhouse and out of play. So the runner at second, Criswell, 2 outs. Warhawks with a 3-1 lead. This one's popped into right field, and coming over and making the catch is Merrill for the 3rd out of the inning. So the 2-out double by Criswell is stranded out at second. We head to the 3rd, and the Warhawks with a 3-0 lead. First pitch of the top of the 3rd is slapped out to right field, and it's a base hit for Paul Wisey, the catcher for UW-Stout. So Sullivan back out there for his 3rd inning of work, facing the bottom of this Stout order, as this one's skied foul over the Warhawk dugout and out of play. Reese Vold is the batter, a sophomore from Black River Falls, Wisconsin. Next pitch is not in the zone for a ball. 2-1 now with nobody out and the runner at first. That's Wisey. Swing and a miss. Good pitch by Matt O'Sullivan. That one on the lower half and outer part of the plate. And it's 2-2. This one's skied out to right field. Drifting back, still going back is DeMeyer and makes the catch for the first out of the inning. That ball carrying a little bit out to the right field corner. The wind has picked up a little bit here, and it is blowing, if anything, blowing left to right, maybe swirling a little bit and blowing in toward left field. Next pitch is taken for a ball. 1-1 count, 1 out, and it's the top of the third. Matt O'Sullivan on for the Warhawks, making the start here in game 2. Wisey, the runner at first, and he's going to advance to second after Charlie Zacconi is hit by a pitch. So Sullivan in a little bit of trouble here in the top of the third. Runners at first and second, and just 1 out. Hunter Merrill will bat for UW-Stout, 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. Nothing Warhawks here in the top of the third. Merrill swings at strike 1. And it's 0-1. Another swing and a miss. That one right on the outside corner from O'Sullivan. And it's now quickly 0-2. Could use a ground ball here and get the Warhawks back in the dugout to try and extend this 3-0 lead. Next pitch is a good one and just missed. Maybe a little bit low from Matt. And it's 1-2. Next pitch, swung on and missed by Merrill, and a big strikeout for Matt O'Sullivan, number 4 for the game. And that brings up Alex Jenkins. Designated hitter is 0 for 1 with a strikeout so far here in game 2. Sully trying for win number 7 of the year. Currently tied with Weston Muir with 6 wins apiece. First pitch to Jenkins is taken for strike 1. Sullivan, part of this very strong Warhawk rotation. Donovan Brandel and Weston Meir and Connor Spear have been dominant this season. This one's rolled toward third. Going to be a real tough play for O'Sullivan. Throws over, and the runner beat the throw, so Jenkins is aboard on the infield hit. Very tough play for O'Sullivan coming off the mound on the down the left field line. Very slowly hit by Jenkins. Not good contact at all, and O'Sullivan beat Tucker Criswell to the ball and made a pretty good throw to first, and the field umpire may be saying that that ball was bobbled over at first base. Not sure the throw gets him anyway, so Jenkins is aboard with an infield single, and that'll load the bases for Casey Bass, and this one's hit foul up against the netting. Bass 0 for 1 here in game 2. The cleanup hitter for UW-Stout with a major opportunity here for the Blue Devils to try and draw within maybe a run or two, maybe even tie the game, or if he can get into one, maybe take the lead. Slow slider is outside for ball 2. So Bass trying to put Stout on the board here in the top of the third. 2 outs, bases are loaded. O'Sullivan in some trouble. That one is on the corner for strike 2, coming out of the glove of Ryan Norton, but no damage done. Just trickled into the left-handed hitter's batter's box, and it's 1-2. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Warhawks lead 3-0 here in the top of the third. Next pitch swung on and missed by Bass for strike 3. Oh, good job by Matt O'Sullivan to escape trouble using his biggest weapon, which this year has been the strikeout. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 3 left on for UW-Stout. We head to the bottom of the third, and the Warhawks with a 3-0 lead. We are back here in Whitewater. It is the bottom of the third, and Nick Santoro is leading it off, and he swings at the first pitch from James Palmer and fouls it away. Santoro is 1 for 1, and he's got another hit through the left side. So Nick Santoro stays hot with a base hit through the left side to start off the Warhawks here in the bottom of the third, and that'll bring up Matt Corman, the right-handed hitting left fielder. Corman is 0 for 1 here in the second game. He struck out looking with the bases loaded back in the first inning. Throw over to first, and the runner Santoro is back with a head-first slide. 3-0 Warhawks, bottom of the third. Nobody out, and Nick Santoro the batter. Or the runner, I should say. Matt Corman the batter, and he looks at a ball. Santoro has been known to steal a base or two. He leads the Warhawks with 12 stolen bases. Palmer, a left-hander, so has an easy move to first, and there it is again, and Santoro's back.
And he looks at a ball. Santoro has been known to steal a base or two.
This one slapped into left center, and that's going to drop for a base hit, and it gets past the center best, the left fielder as well, and Santoro's going to score all the way from third, or first, I should say, and Corman is out at third base. So Corman with a run-scoring double into the left center field gap, and he's cut down at third base. So an RBI double for Corman, another RBI for the Warhawks leader in runs driven in. That's his 37th of the year, and the Warhawks now lead 4-0. One out with Connor Moroder stepping to the plate. So Moroder fouls the first pitch off, and again the Warhawks with a 4-1 lead. 4-0 lead, I should say. Moroder looks at a ball, and it's 1-1. Warhawks 22-4 and 14-3 in the WIAC. Stout at 8-9 in the league and 12-13 overall as Moroder calls time and will step out. As Connor looks at a ball, and it's 2-1. Next pitch, taken for strike two. Good pitch by Palmer, and he is back to even at 2-2 against the Warhawks left-handed hitting designated hitter. And the next pitch is driven to left, and Reese Vold makes the call and the catch for the second out of the inning. Four nothing Warhawks, bottom of the third, 2 outs, and the first pitch is a ball to Ian Drays, who's playing first base here in game two. This one is inside for ball two, I should say. Dre's entering play, was batting .333 with 8 RBIs for the year. This one's driven out to right, and coming on and making the catch is Hunter Merrill for the third out of the inning. So the Warhawks, with a good start to the inning, a single and a double by Corman to drive in Santoro from first base, and Matt was cut off at third, and then James Palmer retired the next two hitters. So the Warhawks lead at 4-0 as we head to the top of the fourth. Top of the fourth, and Weston Muir back, or I should say Matt O'Sullivan back on for the Warhawks. 4-0. UW-Whitewater with the lead on UW-Stout, and Hageman swings at the first pitch for a strike. Hageman 0 for 1 in game 2 with a strikeout. O'Sullivan's allowed 3 hits, got into some trouble. He hit a batter back in the top of the third and pitched out of a bases loaded jam to keep zeros on the board for UW-Stout, and that's, again, something the Warhawks starters have done over and over this year. And that one's fouled back, and it's 1-2. The only question now is for John Vodenlich is finding the right combination out of the bullpen, as this one is hit foul and out of play. He hasn't had to worry about that much, but come postseason, relief pitching could come into play and be an integral part if the Warhawks play in the WIC tournament, which looks all but certain. But if they advance the NCAA tournament, that relief pitching can become so crucial, as this one's fouled back again and will reset at 1-2. Connor Moroder's been very good at the back end of the bullpen. 3-0 record, a save, and 2.70 ERA has shown that he can pitch multiple innings in relief. And O'Sullivan's pitch stays outside for ball 2. A lot of young arms in that bullpen. A couple of transfers as well. Cade Lancourt, Jim Jarecki, Ben Muscatello, who pitched a perfect 9th inning in game 1, as this one swung on and missed for strike 3 by O'Sullivan. His 6th strikeout of the game, that one against Connor Hageman. That's Hageman's second, and that'll bring up Riley Bushak, who has a hit against O'Sullivan in his only at-bat. Left-handed hitting center fielder, a freshman from Marshfield up in the Stevens Point area, as this is a nice bender from O'Sullivan that stays in for strike 1. Sully delivers another strike on a foul ball by Bushak, and it's quickly 0-2. Warhawks offense has been superb so far as well. Again, 8 hitters, all 8 hitters who qualify for WIC and NCAA statistics, batting above the 300 mark. You don't see that a whole lot. Swing and a miss by, and that one getting away from Norton, and Bushak is, or should say, the pinch hitter, Levi Wilson, is going to reach on the wild pitch by O'Sullivan. So, correction on the batter, it was actually Levi Wilson. So Wilson aboard, and that brings up Thimpson, and he takes a strike. So O'Sullivan with 7 strikeouts now, but the runner Wilson is aboard as that one getting by Ryan Norton. 4-0 Warhawks here, top of the 4th. Wilson a good lead at first. This one's low and inside for ball 1. Thimpson is 0 for 1 so far today. Runner goes, and the pitch is fouled over the Warhawk clubhouse and out of play, and it's 1-2. One out here in the top of the 4th. Runner at first. The Warhawks with a 4-0 lead over UW-Stout. The second game of this WIC doubleheader. UW-Whitewater taking the opener 10-1. Wilson is back safely at first base on the throw over by O'Sullivan. Another throw over from Matt, and Wilson back safely. Wilson, a sophomore from Minneapolis. Again, pinch hitting there for Riley Bushak. That one stays a little bit high. Good pitch by O'Sullivan. And it's 2-2 now on Joel Thimpson. Hopefully Sully can get a ground ball here and get out of this inning. Swing and a miss. Good changeup by O'Sullivan, and Thimpson swung right over the top of it. And O'Sullivan's got his 3rd strikeout of the inning. Unfortunately, only 2 outs as the last batter reached on the wild pitch. That'll bring up Paul Wisey, who is 1 for 1 here in game 2. Wilson still the runner at first after pinch hitting for Bushak earlier in the frame. Throw to first, and Wilson back again. Wilson does have a couple of stolen bases in limited opportunities, so he does have some speed over at first. Sully with a long look. This one's thrown in and into shallow right. Coming on, or going out, I should say, and making the catch is Sam Baumhoff for the 3rd out of the inning. So Sully with 3 strikeouts, 1 reaching on a wild pitch and inducing the fly ball into shallow right to end the inning. We head to the bottom of the 4th, and the Warhawks lead 4-0. Bottom of the fourth, the Warhawks with a 4-0 lead over UW-Stout. A couple of changes for the Blue Devils. Levi Wilson, who came into bat for Riley Bushak in the top of the fourth, remains in the game. He's at second base. And that moves Colin Hageman out to center, as this one's hit foul by Norton, and it's quickly 0-2. The Warhawks catcher with a strikeout here in game 2. UW-Whitewater 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors, and UW-Stout no runs, 3 hits, and 1 error here in game 2. Next pitch is hit out to center. Ryan got under this one, and coming in is Hageman for the first out of the inning. 1 up and 1 down, and the Warhawks are back at the top of the order, and Zach Campbell, who is 1 for 2 here in game 2. Campbell in his first year as a starter. Out in center field, he's fouls this one off. Said in a podcast earlier this month that he followed the lead of Daytona Bryden, the Warhawks All-American and Division III Position Player of the Year back in 2018. And learned a lot from Daytona as he looks at a ball and it's 1-1. Zach has done a nice job here in his first year. Hits one hard to first, and this one bounces off the glove of Bass, and Wilson drifting over and collecting the ball and throwing to first for the out. So a 3-4-3 put out there for the Blue Devils, and 2 are away, and that brings up Sam Baumhoff. Yeah, a sharp hit, a one-hopper to Casey Bass, who got a glove on it, and it rolled right to Levi Wilson at second, and he threw to first for the out in plenty of time to get Campbell, which shows how hard that ball was hit. Zach with good speed, as Palmer delivers an off-speed strike to Sam Baumhoff. 1-1 now to the Warhawks left-handed hitting second baseman. Swing and a miss by Sam, and it's 1-2 now from Palmer to Baumhoff. Palmer has been the best pitcher for UW-Stout this year, especially in a starting role. Entered the game 4-2 with a 2.20 ERA. The Warhawks have 8 hits so far off the left-hander, as this one's hit toward the left field line, and drifting over is Vold for out number 2. Out number 3, I should say. So a 1-2-3 inning for James Palmer, and we head to the 5th, and the Warhawks lead the Blue Devils 4-0. Top of the fifth, the Warhawks with a 4-0 lead. First pitch to Vold is lined into right and caught by Jacob DeMeyer for the first out of the inning. 1 pitch, 1 out for O'Sullivan. And that brings up Charlie Zacconi, the top of the order for UW-Stout. Zacconi here in game 2 is 0 for 1. Was hit by a pitch back in the third when the Blue Devils loaded the bases. This one's hit foul and out of play. By Zacconi, and it's 0-2. Yeah, I think it reset the count. Bottom of the second over in the softball game. UW-Whitewater and UW-Oshkosh just to our northwest of the baseball field. That game at 0-0. This one's hit to center by Zacconi and caught by Zach Campbell for the second out. So a couple of flyouts, and that'll bring up Hunter Merrill, who's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts against Matt O'Sullivan, who's got 8 Ks and has really settled in here over the last couple of innings. Allowed 3 hits so far. And as he often does, O'Sullivan working quickly. This one's fouled away by Merrill, a senior from Ripon. Four nothing Warhawks, top of the fifth, 2 outs. Swing and a miss by Merrill for strike 2. Big cut there by the Blue Devils right fielder. That one stayed high just above the letters, and it's 1-2. The Warhawks will hit the road this Saturday to face, as this one's dribbled down the first baseline. A lot of spin on it, and Hunter Merrill is going to reach on an infield single. I think O'Sullivan and Norton were trying to wait to see if that ball might roll foul, as there was a ton of side spin on it, as Merrill did not square that one up at all. That one off the end of his bat. But he's aboard with an infield single, and that's kind of the second one of those for UW-Stout here in the second game. The other one down the left field line. So a couple of tough luck singles already for O'Sullivan. This one's lined to left on the first pitch by Jenkins, and the Warhawks, or the Blue Devils, all of a sudden have 2 on and 2 outs. And Matt O'Sullivan will work against Casey Bass to try and get out of this 2-out jam. O'Sullivan 68 pitches so far, with 2 outs here in the top of the fifth. Bass 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Entered play today as the second best Blue Devil hitter in terms of average, 377. Is on base nearly 50% of the time. And hits for power, he's got 5 homers. Big swing and a miss. And O'Sullivan blew one by him up at the letters. Merrill at second, Jenkins at first. Top of this Stout order with back-to-back base hits to bring up Bass. Next pitch off speed and hit toward the first base line, and that one is in foul territory. Dre's would have had the third out of the inning, but that one was a couple of feet foul, and it's quickly 0-2 from O'Sullivan to Casey Bass, the first baseman and cleanup hitter for UW-Stout. Warhawks trying to emerge with 2 more WIC wins today and keep pace with UW-Stevens Point. Or even better, if UW-Eau Claire can scratch out a win against the Pointers in Game 2, would take the lead as Bass swings, and it's a foul tip into the mitt of Ryan Norton, and O'Sullivan's got his 9th strikeout of the contest and leaves 2 more on base. That's 7 left on for UW-Stout so far today. We head to the bottom of the 5th, and the Warhawks lead 4-0. Bottom of the 5th, Tucker Criswell leading off for the Warhawks here in the inning, and he takes a ball upstairs. Tucker is 2 for 2 against James Palmer so far. Has a single and a double. Slow curve is hit to right. And drifting over is Hunter Merrill for the catch and the first out of the 5th inning. 1 up and 1 down, and that'll bring up Jacob DeMeyer. 0 for 2 with an RBI here in Game 2. DeMeyer in the cleanup spot for UW-Whitewater. Takes a ball inside. DeMeyer, a native of Harshaw, Wisconsin, graduate of Rhinelander High School in northern Wisconsin, as this one's taken for a strike. An early breakout player for the Warhawks here in 2021. This one's off the end of the bat and foul. Sam Baumhoff, also one of the newcomers on this team who's made immediate impact. Tucker Criswell as well, even though he's a grad transfer, a newcomer for the Warhawks. Several first-year starters. Ryan Norton, this one's hit towards second, and drifting over is Levi Wilson and making the throw to first to retire DeMeyer. That'll bring up Nick Santoro, who's 2 for 2 against Palmer today. Santoro's been swinging a good bat for the Warhawks. Entered play today at 379, and that average climbing with his performance today. This one's lined out to right, hit hard, but right at the right fielder Hunter Merrill for the third out of the inning. So Warhawks making good contact, but unable to find the holes here at Pruka Field at Miller Stadium. And we head to the 6th inning with UW-Whitewater leading UW-Stout 4-0. Top of the 6th, and UW-Whitewater with a 4-0 lead over UW-Stout. First batter of the inning is Colin Hageman, who's moved to center field as he swings and misses, and it's 1-1. Warhawks with 4 runs on 8 hits and no errors. UW-Stout, no runs, 5 hits, and 1 error. Big swing and a miss by Hageman, and it's 1-2. Swing and a miss by Hageman. And O'Sullivan's got strikeout number 10. And that brings up Levi Wilson, who entered the game and is playing second base, 0 for 1 with a strikeout so far. This one's hit foul and back into the netting here at Pruka Field. Good slider there by O'Sullivan, and he's quickly ahead 0-2 on Levi Wilson. Next pitch, hit foul. And it's back to 0-2. O'Sullivan approaching 80 pitches in this outing. Tend to cap someone at 100 pitches. We'll see what the upcoming innings have in store for Sully, as this one's inside, almost hit Wilson. And it's 1-2. 1 out here in the top of the 6th. And the Warhawks with a 4-0 lead. And this one's hit foul by Wilson. Good piece of hitting to remain alive at 1-2 on a low and outside pitch by Sullivan. That one's low and away. Good block by Ryan Norton. Warhawks will travel to Menominee this Saturday to take on the Blue Devils for 2 more WIC games, as Wilson has run it full against O'Sullivan, putting together a very nice at-bat in this lefty-lefty matchup. After that, the Warhawks will host Finlandia for 5 games next week. All of those right here at Miller Stadium, as this one's hit foul and out of play over the Stout dugout. And it's 0-2. Or it's 3-2, I should say, once again. Good at bat here by Wilson. I believe he's seen 8 pitches from Matt O'Sullivan. Next pitch swung on and missed by Wilson. And O'Sullivan's got another strikeout. He's really starting to find his groove here. He's struck out 3 straight, including the final out of the 5th inning. He's got 11 for the day, and that brings up Joel Thimpson, who is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Sullivan reaching double digits in strikeouts again. The 4th time this year that Matt has hit double digits in strikeouts. He had 10 at Stevens Point on March 20th. This one swung on and missed by Thimpson for strike 2. He had 17 against Finlandia. That was the 2nd most in a game by a Warhawk pitcher. And 14 at UW-Platteville on the 14th of April, as this one's hit out to center. Drifting over into right center is Campbell for the 3rd out of the inning. So a 1-2-3 top of the 6th from Matt O'Sullivan. We head to the bottom half, and the Warhawks with a 4-0 lead over UW-Stout. Bottom of the 6th inning, the Warhawks with a 4-0 lead over the Blue Devils of UW-Stout. James Palmer out for his 6th inning of work, delivers a first pitch strike to Matt Corman, who is 1 for 2 with with 1 RBI and a strikeout here in game 2. Corman watches that one, stays on the inside corner for strike 2. That one kind of a slurve that kind of drifted over that inside corner, and Corman didn't like the call, but it's 0-2. That one stays high, and it's ball 1. Palmer at 83 pitches, so right around the mark of his counterpart, Matt O'Sullivan, in terms of number of pitches thrown. Corman smashes one to third. That's picked cleanly and thrown to first by Thimson for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 down, and that brings up Connor Moroder, the designated hitter for the Warhawks here in Game 2. Got the start over at first base back in the opener. And looking for his second hit of the game as he hits one, I believe that went off his front foot and took a big hop out to Palmer. And it's strike 1. Ian Dre is waiting on deck for the Warhawks, who lead 4-0 here at Miller Stadium. Wind really has calmed down here over the last inning or two as Moroder looks at ball 1. Slow changeup hit down the left field line and drifting out of play. Good hustle by Reese Vold, the left fielder, but running out of room down the left field line with that black fence and yellow padding on top. And it's 1-2 on Moroder. The softball game right here on the UW-Whitewater campus. The Warhawks leading UW-Oshkosh 1-0. That game in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here at Miller Stadium, the Warhawks leading the Blue Devils 4-0 in the bottom of the 6th. 2-2 now to Moroder after that one was spiked in the dirt by Palmer. Another changeup hit to short. Zacconi making the throw over and getting Moroder by 1 step, and it's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th for Ian Drays. Drays is 0 for 1. He did draw a walk to reach base once. Takes a fastball high from James Palmer. After the 5-game Finlandia series next weekend, the Warhawks heading to UW-Eau Claire on May 12th. This one's low and inside for ball 2. Before hosting the Blue Golds on May 15th, that one's the final regular season home game of the year, home doubleheader of the year, against the Blue Golds, who are a new program here in 2021. This one's fouled away by Drays. May 16th, the Warhawks will travel to UW-Oshkosh to make up a non-conference doubleheader that was postponed earlier this month. That will be a 9-inning game followed by a 7-inning game in Oshkosh, as Drays looks at a ball low and inside. And then the WIC Championship scheduled to begin May 18th. All of those games will be played here in Whitewater as Drays takes a ball low and away and is on with a 5-pitch walk. So that'll bring up Ryan Norton. Norton today is 0 for 2 with a strikeout in Game 2. Looking to extend the inning here for the Warhawks with 2 away in the bottom of the 6th. This one's hit foul and over the Warhawks dugout and out of play. Palmer's been pretty solid over the last 3 innings The Warhawks with 3 in the bottom of the first, and could have been more. They left the bases loaded. They scored once in the third and have been held without a run since. Throw over to first. Drays is back with a head first slide. Pitch thrown over once again, and Drays is back with a diving slide. Campus returning earlier this week from spring break, as this one stays high for ball 1. And we'll have the remainder of the semester here on campus. Graduation taking place virtually on May 14th. Runner goes, and this one's hit out to left and deep, and just in front of the warning track and making the catch is Reese Vold for the third out of the inning. Good solid strike there, or wood there from Ryan Norton, but I think he may have caught it off the end of the bat a little bit. And we head to the 7th. The score remains 4-0 UW-Whitewater. Back here for the top of the 7th, Matt O'Sullivan facing Paul Wisey, and is quickly ahead 0-2 after a strike looking and a swinging strike. Wisey today 1 for 2, getting the start in game 2 at catcher, and he swings and misses a good pitch by Matt O'Sullivan, who's got his 12th strikeout of the contest, and a good block. Would be remiss without mentioning Ryan Norton, who blocked the third strike there. And Reese Vold is the hitter for UW-Stout. It's O'Sullivan up to 91 pitches. Have to imagine this might be his last inning as he delivers a strike on the outside corner. Vold 0 for 2 here in game 2, getting the start in left field. Good change-up from O'Sullivan, and he's really in a groove now. 0-2 quickly to Reese Vold, and when he's in that groove, he works very quickly, and he's already set and delivering. That one stays high for a ball. Warhawk golf team will play in the WIC Championship this week, starting Friday out at Reedsburg Country Club in the Wisconsin Dells area. This one swung on and missed by Vold, and O'Sullivan's got another strikeout. Throw down to first by Norton is in plenty of time. And strikeout number 13 brings up the top of the order in Zy County for UW-Stout. Zy County is 1 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts here in game 2. Excuse me, 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch as he looks at that one low and away. That one just off the outside corner, maybe a little bit low as Norton held it for a minute to make sure the home plate umpire had a good look. Next pitch is on the hands of Zy County, and that one's foul into the Hawks' nest. And it's 2-1 now from O'Sullivan to the leadoff man, Charlie Zy County. After this one's hit foul by Zy County and out of play, and it's 2-2. After this Saturday's doubleheader, the Blue Devils will play UW-Platteville next week. May 4th doubleheader in Menominee, followed by a doubleheader on Friday, May 7th in Platteville, and then 2 more non-conference games on Saturday, May 8th against UW-Platteville back in Menominee. 3-2 after the 100th pitch by Matt O'Sullivan. 2 outs here in the 7th. Zy County swings and grounds one through the right side for a base hit. Little bobble there by DeMeyer out in right, but no problem. And Zy County's aboard with a 2-out single. That brings up Hunter Merrill, the right fielder, is 1 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts in the second game. Zy County over at first with good speed for the Blue Devils. 9 stolen bases so far in 2021. Sullivan with a look over and delivers a first pitch strike. I believe that was a foul tip by Hunter Merrill. 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Warhawks. No runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Blue Devils. Throw in is on the outside corner, I should say, for strike 2. O'Sullivan 1 strike away from another 0 on the board. There is a runner at first. That's Charlie Zy County after the 2-out base hit. Throw over to first, and Zy County back easily. Not many have tried to steal against the Warhawks this year. Opponents 5 for 9 on stolen bases, so I think it's a combination of these pitchers with O'Sullivan's move over very good, as well as Connor Spear for a right-handed pitcher has a good move to first base. And of course the catchers Ryan Norton and Ian Drays doing a good job of holding runners at bay as well, as this one is taken for a ball and it's 1-2. Few raindrops coming down moments ago here at Miller Stadium appear to have subsided. High ball for ball 2, throw it on to first, and Zy County is back. Two and two, 2 outs. Top of the 7th, UW-Whitewater with a 4-0 lead over UW-Stout. Both offenses have been relatively quiet over the last 3 innings. This one's high and tight, and the Blue Devils have worked the count full once again on Matt O'Sullivan. The top of this order has put together some quality at-bats here in the second game. against O'Sullivan. 4 hits for the top 3 in the order combined. Runner goes, and swing and a miss by Merrill, and O'Sullivan has his 14th strikeout of the contest. So O'Sullivan pitches around the 1-out or the 2-out single by Zacconi, and we head to the bottom of the 7th with the Warhawks leading 4-0. Back here at Miller Stadium, it is the bottom of the 7th, and a new pitcher is on for UW-Stout against Zach Campbell, who looks at a ball down low. And a quick meeting between Paul Wisey, the catcher, and the new pitcher, Alex Mahaz. And the home plate umpire a little shaken up on that play as that ball was bounced in. I think maybe the catcher and the pitcher got crossed up. Had a quick meeting to probably discuss the signals. The home plate umpire appears to be okay, and we're ready to go here. Mahaz, 2-0 with a 1.72 ERA. This one's grounded down the third baseline and fair, and Campbell's going to have a leadoff double here to start the bottom of the 7th for the Warhawks. So the second hit of the game for Zach Campbell, and that brings up Sam Vomhoff. Good start against the Blue Devils' leader in ERA, 1.72 with a 2-0 record. This is his 7th appearance. All in relief. He's got a save, 15 2/3 innings pitched, 9 strikeouts for Alex Mahaz, a senior from Carpentersville, Illinois, and graduate of Hampshire High School. So Vomhoff the batter, Campbell over at second, and a quick meeting with Coach Vodenlich. Maybe a bunt for Sam here, as he's not bunting and looks at a ball down low and inside. A key run out there for the Warhawks. Thought maybe Vomhoff would push a bunt down to move the runner to third, but he's going to look at ball 2. Maybe he was told to take a strike first. Make Mahaz throw him one down the middle. Campbell out at second after the leadoff double. This one's low and inside. Good block by Paul Wisey, and it's quickly 3-0 to the Warhawks second baseman. Sam entered the day batting .365 on the year. Again, has been one of the breakout players for the Warhawks here in 2021 as he looks at a strike. This one's away, and that's a ball 4. And Baumhoff is on with a 5-pitch walk. So 2 on and nobody out, and Tucker Criswell the batter for the Warhawks. Tucker 2 for 3 here in game 2. Has a single and a double. And looking to perhaps drive another couple of runs home for the Warhawks against the new pitcher, Alex Mahaz, here in the 7th. 4-0 Warhawks. Squares to bunt. That one stays high for ball 1. And both runners going on the play, and Criswell lines one down the right field line and foul for strike 1. Good speed on the base paths for the Warhawks, so maybe trying a hit and run there, or maybe just a standard double steal here with nobody out in the 7th. Squares to bunt, drops one down, and that one rolls foul. That might have even hit Criswell in the box. But it rolled foul, and it's strike 2 nonetheless. Criswell looks at a ball away, and there goes Campbell, and he is out. He's safe, rather, getting under the tag of Joel Thimpson over at third. The throw had him by a good step and a half, but Campbell takes third. Baumhoff remained at first base, so Campbell maybe seeing something that caused him to take third. Stolen base for Zach. And Criswell drives one in the right field corner, and that's going to get down for extra bases. And Criswell motoring into second, and he's on with a 2-run double for Tucker Criswell. Second double of the game. RBIs for the year, number 13 and 14. And so Tucker's 3 for 4, and that'll bring up Jacob DeMeyer. And a pinch runner is going to come in for Tucker Criswell, who has been battling some soreness and injury for the Warhawks. So Criswell is out, and the runner trying to see who the runner is. Looks like number 26, Peter Torelli, out at second base. Warhawks now with a 6-0 lead, and that one's bunted foul down the third baseline by Jacob DeMeyer. Torelli, a freshman from Lake Forest, Illinois. was a part of the roster in 2020 before the remainder of that season was canceled due to the pandemic. Torelli, good lead out at second. And DeMeyer looks at ball one. Torelli making his 5th appearance of the year. He has scored a run, as this one's hit into right, and that one's going to go, nearly over the head of Hunter Merrill, who makes the catch. Tagging is Torelli, and he's over to third base. Boy, that one almost took off on Hunter Merrill, but he kind of drifted in and then realized that ball was carrying out a little bit and reached out and was able to glove it for the out. Torelli does advance on the play, and that brings up Nick Santoro with 1 out. Good job by Torelli to have the awareness to go back to the bag, tag up, and reach third with 1 out. Santoro swings over the top of a changeup for strike 1. Nick is 2 for 3 here in the second game. Batting in the number 5 spot in the order for the Warhawks today. Warhawks took game 1 by a 10-1 score and lead 6-0 here in game 2, as this one is a slider that's off the plate. Torelli on third after pinch running for Criswell, as this one's hit foul by Santoro and out of play toward the Hawks Nest seating area down by the UW-Whitewater bullpen. 1-2 now from Mahaz to Santoro, who fouls another one away, and will reset at 1-2. Mahaz pitching from the stretch with the runner at third. That one stayed inside and nearly nicked Nick Santoro in the jersey, but he remains in there at 2-2. Santoro stays on that one, grounds it back to the pitcher. Mahaz throwing to first and throws it away, and Peter Torelli is going to score from third, and Nick Santoro is aboard on the air. That one sort of a low throw by Mahaz. And so the Warhawks with a 7-0 lead, runner at first and 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. 3 runs already in the inning for the Warhawks. Throw down to second, and Santoro is in there with a steal. So 1-0 now on Matt Corman, and Santoro out at second base after the stolen bag. The throw went into center field, but was quickly collected out there by Colin Hageman to keep Santoro at second base. 1-1 now after the foul ball by Corman. The Warhawks, 7 runs on 10 hits, no errors, 0-6-2 for the Blue Devils. Next pitch is hit fouled on the third baseline and out of reach for the third baseman Joel Thimpson. Top of the 5th over at Van Steeneren Softball Complex. The Warhawks lead UW-Oshkosh 3-1. right here at Miller Stadium. It's 7-0. UW-Whitewater over UW-Stout. Good backhanded stop by the catcher, Paul Wisey. That was well out of the strike zone, but keeps the runner, Nick Santoro, out at second. And it's 2-2. Time is called, and the umpire requesting more baseballs from the Warhawk dugout. Director of Baseball Operations, Ryan Hogan, is all over it, delivering baseballs out to the home plate umpire. Slow changeup is hit foul by Corman, stays alive at 2-2. Next pitch sails high and away, and Corman's run it full against Mahaz, with the runner Santoro out at second in scoring position. 3-2, 1 out, 7th inning. It's 7-0 Warhawks. Next pitch fouled away again by Corman. Stays alive at 3-2. This one's hit off the end of the bat into shallow right center, and coming on and making the catch is Hunter Merrill for the second out of inning number 7. Corman a little out in front of that one and got it off the end of the bat and popped up into shallow right. Connor Moroder, the batter, 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs here in game 2. This one's hit toward the hole on the right side. Throwing over is Levi Wilson for out number 3. So the Warhawks retired after scoring 3 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 left on base. We head to the 8th, and the Warhawks with a 7-0 lead over UW-Stout. Top of the 8th, Cade Lancour on to pitch for the Warhawks. Gets ahead of Alex Jenkins, quickly 0-2, and Jenkins fouls one off. Some changes for the Warhawks. The new pitcher, of course, is Lancour. There's also a new left fielder, trying to tell who that person is. But it's 1-2 on Jenkins, who is 2 for 3 today with a strikeout, facing Lancour for the first time. Slow changeup is swung on and missed for strike 3. Good start for Cade Lancour. And with one away, that brings up Casey Bass. Lancour on the year, making his 8th appearance, 0-1, 12 innings with 7 strikeouts over those 12 innings in relief. First pitch, inside corner for strike 1. Bass didn't agree with the call, but a strike nonetheless. Next pitch is down low for ball 1. Lancour, a junior from Nakusa, Wisconsin. He is a transfer from Ripon College, pitching for the Red Hawks over the first 2 years of his career before making his way down to Whitewater as he delivers another ball, and it's 2-1. Peter Torelli remains in the game over at third base. Warhawks infield looks the same all the way around otherwise. Again, just trying to confirm who's out in left field as this one's hit toward the hole on the right side. Vomhoff throws over to first for the second out of the inning. And that brings up Colin Hageman, the center fielder. So 2 up and 2 down for Lancour. First pitch, good slider, is in there for a strike. And correction, ball 1 on the pitch. Good looking pitch by Lancour, and I think Brian Norton just dropped the ball, as this one is low for ball 2. So Hageman quickly ahead of Cade Lancour, 2-0. Lancour pitches exclusively out of the stretch. This one's hammered out to right center, and this is going to be down for extra bases. Bouncing near the 365 sign. Hageman's going to try for third, and we'll be in there with a 2-out triple here in the top of the 8th. Good piece of hitting there by Colin Hageman. For his first triple of the year. Looks like the left fielder, can't tell if it's either number 8 or number 9. It's either Scott Bolsky or Eric Hughes. We'll try and get that confirmed as soon as possible. Lancour delivers a strike to Levi Wilson, who is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Wilson not starting, but entering the game early on as a pinch hitter and remaining in the field at second base. This one's hit down the left field line and out of play on top of the batting cage here at Miller Stadium. And it's quickly 0-2 from Cade Lancour, who's trying to pitch around a 2-out triple by Levi Wilson and keep UW-Stout off the board. This one's skied on the infield, and drifting into foul territory is Ryan Norton for the third out of the inning. So Lancour does a good job pitching around a 2-out triple. We head to the bottom of the 8th, and the Warhawks lead 7-0. Back here in the bottom of the 8th, the Warhawks with a 7-0 lead over UW-Stout. Warhawk pitchers have left 9 Stout runners on base because the Blue Devils' offense has been productive. 7 hits for UW-Stout. Just haven't been able to put them together in one inning. The substitution in left field earlier before the top of the 8th was Eric Hughes, who entered in the first game as a pinch runner, but replaces Matt Corman in left field. That substitution again prior to the top of the 8th. Ian Dre's the batter for the Warhawks. The new hurler for UW-Stout looks like number 12, Marty Kiernan. Kiernan, a left-hander from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Graduate of Schwabenon High School up in the Fox Cities area. And he's 3-0 against Ian Dre's. Kiernan, 5th appearance, 5 2/3 innings, 3.18 ERA, and has 4 strikeouts. And he delivers ball 4, so Ian Dre's draws a 4-pitch walk to start the bottom of the 8th for the Warhawks. And that brings up Ryan Norton, and I believe Dre's is going to get a pinch runner. That's Jason Abato who came into the first game as well in the same role and ended up remaining in the contest. So Abato pinch running for Dre's after the 4-pitch walk, and that brings up Norton, who's 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Marty Kiernan for the Blue Devils, a freshman left-hander. Slow curve is taken for a strike. Again, these two teams will play again this Saturday in Menominee. First pitch of that doubleheader is scheduled for 1 p.m. 2 more WIC games. Warhawks looking to move to 23-4 overall and 15-3 in conference play. Next pitch, grounded down the third baseline and foul, and it'll remain 0-2 on Ryan Norton. Over at the softball field, Van Steenderen Complex, it's the top of the 5th, and the Warhawks now trail UW-Oshkosh 4-3. Swung on and missed by Norton. The throw down to second is in time to retire Jason Abato. So a strike him out, throw him out for UW-Stout. Paul Wisey with a good throw down to second. And the tag applied by Levi Wilson for out number 2. And Zach Campbell, or should say pinch hitter, it'll be Ben Wilkins stepping in for Campbell to pinch hit. So some substitutions late here for John Vodenlich. Wilkins came in late in the first game as well as a substitution over at third base. Wilkins for the year, 8 for 23. That's a .348 batting average, couple of doubles and 6 RBIs as he fouls one back toward the backstop. Wilkins from Sussex and graduate of Lake Country Lutheran. Wilkins also took a different path to, or I should say non-traditional path to UW-Whitewater. He transferred from Grand Valley State, a Division II school in Michigan, prior to the 2018 season. Appeared in 26 games back in 2019 when the Warhawks swept the WIC regular season and tournament championships and reached the NCAA tournament. Kiernan ahead of Wilkins now 1-2 after the strike him out, throw him out erased the leadoff walk. This one's hit down the right field line and fair, and that one's going to bounce into the corner. Wilkins is going to end up at second. I believe that ball bounced over the side fence. That really took a strange hop, and I think the spin of the ball had something to do with that. Wilkins caught that one off the end of the bat a little bit, and Hunter Merrill threw his hands up in right field after that ball bounced out of play. So a ground rule double for Ben Wilkins. And Brian Sturdivant now will step to the plate. Pinch hitting for Sam Vomhoff. So Sturdivant will get his first at bat of the day. A junior from Burlington, teammate of Zach Campbell, who started and played in center field today. Sturdy, 342 hitter with 3 RBIs so far this season. Wilkins out at second with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. He takes a first pitch ball from Kiernan. Next pitch is down low for a ball, and it's 2-0. Next pitch taken for a strike, and it's 2-1. Sturdivant has also started this year in 11 games. Was a late defensive substitution in Game 1. Getting another appearance here in Game 2 as he takes a ball outside, and it's 3-1 from Marty Kiernan to Brian Sturdivant. Next pitch is hit foul over the Warhawk clubhouse and out of play, and it's now full to Brian Sturdivant at 3-2. That one stays high for ball 4, and Sturdivant draws a 2-out walk. Wilkins remains out at second, and Peter Torelli is going to be the batter for the Warhawks. Torelli with only 3 at-bats so far this season. Has struck out in one of those at-bats. Has also scored 1 run. That likely coming in a pinch hitting role. Torelli again from Lake Forest, Illinois. Came on for Tucker Criswell as a pinch hitter. That one's grounded over to second, and Levi Wilson throwing over to first for the out. So Kiernan puts 2 on, the double by Wilkins and the walk by Sturdivant, but pitches out of it. Warhawks with 1 hit, leave 2 on. We head to the 9th, and the Warhawks with a 7-0 lead over UW-Stout. Top of the ninth, and plenty of changes to report. There's a pinch hitter for UW-Stout, and that is going to be number 7, Drew Reese. And he's going to be facing Connor Moroder, who was the designated hitter, now the pitcher for the Warhawks. Reese is a freshman from Beloit, graduate of Beloit Turner High School, so a homecoming of sorts for him. This one's looped out towards second. Throw over by Abato for out number 1. Nice play by Jason Abato, who remained in the game at second base. Plenty of other changes to report. Peter Torelli, he was over at third, so we're good there. Austin Wessel now in the game at shortstop. Wessel, a freshman from Hayward, Wisconsin, up north in northern Wisconsin. Wisey is at the plate for Stout now as he takes a ball high. Nick Paget now into the game at first base, a freshman from New Berlin, Wisconsin, graduate of New Berlin West. And this one's hit out to left and deep. Going back and making the catch is Jacob DeMeyer for the second out of the inning. DeMeyer moved from right to left. And Eric Hughes moved from left to center. And Carson Rupp now entered the game, a sophomore from Exonia, Wisconsin, and graduate of Oconomowoc High School. And now a new pitcher for Moroder with, after the 2 quick outs, Moroder is lifted for Hayden Fox. Fox, a junior from Stockton, Illinois. And I believe he's going to face a pinch hitter. It looks like the pinch hitter for Stout is going to be Nolan Harkey, a freshman from Kimberly up in the Fox Cities area. Fox for the Warhawks had a very good 2019 season. Made 14 appearances, all in relief, had a couple of saves, a 4.43 ERA that season. Here in 2021, Fox has only made 1 appearance. He threw an inning and struck out a batter. So he's going to face Nolan Harkey, who is a .364 hitter, only in his 7th game of the year, as he looks at a strike from Fox. So a very unique situation here with 2 outs, nobody on. Moroder mowed through a couple of hitters and is replaced by Hayden Fox. I don't think there was anything wrong with Connor. I think it was just a pre-set move by the Warhawks to get Hayden Fox some repetition. It's 1-1 with 2 outs. Next pitch is a curveball, stays on the inside corner for strike 2. And Hayden Fox is 1 strike away from completing this shutout for the Warhawks, who have used 4 pitchers after O'Sullivan exited after the 7th, as this one's fouled away by Harkey. So UW-Whitewater 1 strike away now from a doubleheader sweep to stay in first place in the WIAC. This one's low and away for ball 2. Nolan Harkey, the last chance for UW-Stout, the top of the order coming up for the Blue Devils. If Harkey can reach, he swings and pops one up right side. Paget settling under it in foul territory, makes the catch for the final out. So the Warhawks complete an impressive shutout, 7-0 here in game 2. The pitching staff combining to strand 9 Blue Devil runners. And the Warhawks closing another doubleheader sweep, improving to 23-4 on the year, 15-3 in the WIAC. They will head to Menominee on Saturday to face the Blue Devils for 2 more conference games. 1 p.m. start at UW-Stout. Thanks for joining us today, and have a good rest of the evening.